On his last life. Dang it. There it goes. It's out. Screw myself, to screw myself, to screw myself, to screw myself. Shotguns. Shotguns. That's it. Probably that's all I need. All of you off.
Okay.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Oops. What am I doing?
I'm lighting these cops up. You guys are probably gonna leave. You guys are not just it.
God damn it.
No. No. No.
Watch me up.
It's calm down. I'm gonna die.
North Mutual Insurance. How can we help you?
No way I get out of this.
Sure.
No way I get out of this. No way I get out of this. No way. No way. No way. There's no way I'm getting out of this. I'm a legend.
My new website. I need to hit a ball. Nah. Totally.
Come on, Target. Lay down.
Let me try fucking getting more
Go to sleep
crazy
forever.
again.
Thank you. Yeah, no kidding, I'm armed. I got a light machine gun that has your name on it. Stupids. Man, some of the words that come out of these cops' mouths just dumbfound me. I just jumped off like a 4-foot cliff and bailed. That was the funniest thing.
It's being flown in. You need
Okay,
to
why are
drop
you
some flares
spawning
at
next to a tree? Come on. Oh, what's up, Sarge?
Hey.
I didn't know you were in here.
Yeah, I told you just a couple minutes ago.
Sorry, I must have spaced. I tend to do that a lot.
I hear you.
No. Dude, some of these guys, the guys have aimbot. I just got 45,000 for a headhunter. Are you joking? Wait, is everything double again? Oh my god, tell me.
Oh, the
Tell
headhunter
me it is.
normally I thought was like 30,000 or something.
Tell me it's double. Tell me it's double.
Did I not throw that flare inside the drop zone? Guess I didn't. Well, don't I feel dumb? Oh my god. Don't knock the fucking oppressor over. Get the fuck on it.
Yeah, I hate it when that happens. When he just like runs at it, just knocks it over.
Oh great, and this is I gotta pick up the 3 different Well, nobody steals my shit while I'm not there to protect it.
Boom, sit. Yes! Perfect. King of the castle. Defend the area. Okay. Just gonna sit over here. So I think I'm just gonna sit here and hold this.
Cool.
I'm already at 60. I should get easy cash for this. Easy cash. No, are you joking me? Oh, I didn't die. I didn't die! Yes! Golly, was that high up. Man, I'm just looking at the view. Man, this game looks really good at night though, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, Jesus Christ. How does a big ass fucking building get in my way like that? Must be all the meds I'm on.
What kind of meds are you on?
Oh geez, shit for diabetes, shit for blood pressure, shit for fibromyalgia.
Are you okay though?
Oh yeah, it just makes me feel like shit.
Just exhausts you, mentally exhausts you, beats you
Yeah,
down.
yeah, kind of. Makes me a little. Actually, there was one medicine I quit taking. Told my doctor about it. I said I can't take this shit anymore. She's like, how come? I was like, it just makes me really irritable. I said I freaking bit my boss's head off. It's like that's never a good thing. And I mean, I didn't just snap at my boss. I freaking went off on her.
Oh, on her. Yikes.
Luckily, my boss is pretty cool most of the time. And that was one of the times she was really cool. So
Then you went off on her?
yeah.
Man, this thing is still alive.
Okay, where is this? There it is.
Okay, yeah, this thing's done. Oh, hey, Sarge. Bye, Sarge.
Oh, you just right there?
Come here.
You flying over me in a
Start
helicopter?
me. No, I just like fly helicopter to stop. Like,
Well, yeah, I didn't catch a single word of that you just said.
I said I was riding over here in my helicopter, but my helicopter gave out, so this is where I stopped.
Ah, that must have been all that clanking I heard.
Yep, that was me. Yeah, heck yeah, I got my first package. And one thing I like about this F1 car is that of just how much of a balanced vehicle it is. Like, it's such a balanced vehicle, I love it.
Ugh.
It sticks to the ground so well.
Yeah.
I'll go over a hill and it will stay on the ground. It's so back heavy, that's why. So back and front heavy.
Holy shit. King of the Castle again?
Yeah.
How much did you get for that one?
I got 20K.
Oh, yeah? Just for sitting there for 5 minutes?
Yep, sir. Oh God. Is it okay? Is it okay if I call you sir?
I guess, if you want.
Because every time I call like someone sir, they get upset. I don't know why.
Meh. It doesn't bother me.
I was just asking because I asked this one dude and he went off on me for it. I don't know why.
There's one dude I worked with one time that, you know, he outranked me, so I called him sir. Don't call me sir, I work for a living. I'm like, give that shit up. That's fucking tired, dude.
Yeah, what rank are you?
I retired as a master sergeant.
That's why you have sergeant in your name.
Yup.
So you worked in that stuff for a while, didn't you? How many years? Over 20, you
20
said?
years.
Yeah. And enjoyed every second of it?
Uh, no,
Mostly?
I wouldn't say that.
What about your first couple years?
Oh, first couple years of anything is good. Okay, what the hell am I supposed to do? I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I hear something beeping. Am I supposed to blow something up?
I like blowing stuff up.
No, the king of the castle thing. What the hell am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to go
Oh,
to the actual castle thing and just sit there.
okay.
I would sit there for a couple minutes. Just honestly, I waited until I got over 100 with it. I got 20K because I sat there for a couple minutes, like 5 minutes.
I guess while I'm over here, I'll go ahead and request him a terabyte.
Dude, you're not gonna catch me.
I hear a helicopter off in the distance.
Oh my god, I hate that turn. Airport turn can eat me.
Oh, yeah.
Take it out of the game. Err.
Yeah, I figured nobody else will, well, even come over there, but you don't have to stay there till the time runs out, do you?
No, just don't start a mission.
Well, yeah. $7,800.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
I got 20. I got 20K because I sat there for the whole time. Man, I hate it. Oh my god.
Okay, well, there we go.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I just glitched out my car. I just went 200 miles an hour.
Damn.
Oh my god. I did not know that was possible. Is that possible, Sarge?
Uh, yeah, there's cars that'll go that fast.
In this game.
Oh, got me. I mean, if you did it, I would say yeah.
Oh, I just glitched out the car. The tires were in the ground. I just went 200 miles an hour. That was like scary fast. My car was going so fast it was wobbling.
Fucking Trackify bullshit. God damn it.
Oh, I hate that one. Having to track it. Sorry, I'm gonna see if everything's like double cash right now. With the sightseer and stuff. Yeah, Sarge, everything's double. I just got 48,000.
Oh shit.
Yeah, everything's double. That's good. Yeah, I know what I'm doing for the rest of the night. But I do need some of this. Yeah, just for 2 missions, you get literally 100K.
Damn.
That's what I need right there. I needed to hear that. Sightseer, everything else in 4 minutes. I am gonna go back to my terabyte. Do that and do the mission again. Give me 31,000. Yeah, I'm racking up money right now. I'm at 154,000 in the bank. And 154,000 in cash and 78,000 in the bank. That's good once you say so yourself.
Yeah,
That's
I would
pretty
say.
good. Yep, depositing it all in the bank. Yeah, that's $229,000. Yeah, I'm making money quick, Sarge.
God damn it.
I should get a car from Ben's. Like a Nice car. What's that car? That car looks cool. Legendary Motorsport.
Motion detected in the backyard.
What? Sarge, is there someone in the backyard?
Yeah.
Who?
Oh, I don't know. Probably
Hey, it
my
might be
wife.
Jesus. Go check.
Yeah, Jesus is not in my backyard.
How do you know?
Because he wouldn't go back there.
How do you know though?
Because
Check.
he would knock on the front door.
That is so true. But he knocked on my back door once. How do you
Really?
know he didn't knock on your back door? Yeah, he knocked on mine. It was cool. We talked about life for like a good solid 2 hours. Yeah, it was a good day.
Sweet.
It might be Jesus.
Nah, that's my wife.
Oh.
She is definitely not Jesus.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
That sucks.
No, I prefer her without a beard.
Oh, I get you. I get you now. Oh, I get you. Oh, Sarge. Yeah, that was funny. That was good.
That's me. Laugh a minute. Okay, what's next? Another car mission. Which actually I don't need to source a car since I have. Oh. Oh, good Lord, excuse me. Yeah, I know they say, keep 10 standard and 10 mid-range cars in your car warehouse. Well, I haven't even got that many yet.
We were bigger. Give me a oppressor. Oh, I forgot. I sold my oppressor. I found out that I didn't need it. Honestly, I didn't need it.
Oh, that's what I should do.
Yeah, dude. I what's the point of having an oppressor when a buzzer goes just as fast and does just as much?
Oh
You know
no,
what I mean?
I'm gonna keep my Mark II.
That's why I sold it. Well, I call something in free that flies and does just the amount of work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing about there it is. Hang on. Ah, fuck.
I
Just
think
the
I
wrong
loved
day.
the oppressor. It was the only reason why my mechanic bill was so much. I was paying my mechanic like $2,000 or $3,000 a day.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need that 2,000, 3,000. Times get tough.
Yes.
We know what we've got to do. Look at me, Mama. Printing license plates for a living.
Oh, I got it at Target. See you later, boys.
Well below my skill level. Looking good.
Heck yeah. Dude, I'm eliminating these targets like it's nothing, Sarge.
Which targets?
The headhunter.
Hmm.
And I love doing those sightseer missions, man. I'm gonna stay behind this guy. I'm just gonna keep on his tail. Dude, I'm on my last target already, Sarge. I'm dominating.
Damn. I need
I
to be
did that
doing
in
that
like
shit.
literally 2 minutes.
Okay, after what...
Sarge, hasn't the session been awful quiet though?
It has. Not gonna hear me complain about it.
No, I would never complain about this. It's the life right here.
Especially if I can
Cruising
get
up in
this
the
card back without
helicopter.
losing any money on it.
Got it. 42,000, baby. That's what I like to see. I like to see those big numbers. Don't you, Sarge?
I
Like
do.
to see those big numbers. 40,000, that's a big boy.
Damn it. Just crashed into a fucking pole. Just crashed into a fucking car. Jesus.
Steal vehicle cargo belonging to the organ. Nah, that's too much work. Honestly, it says steal vehicle cargo belonging to the organizations, help them deliver to earn cash and RP. I don't do that. It's too much work and I'm too lazy.
Yeah, because that would be my vehicle you'd be stealing.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Nice to know.
the one I'm delivering.
Oh, yeah, nice to know. Thanks, Arch. Appreciate it. Appreciate that information.
Damn it. Keep fucking missing turns.
Man, Sarge, I am about to do nothing but these missions, man. Because think about it, Sarge. I get... So, when I do this mission right here, this, the Headhunter, that's over 40,000. The Robbery in Progress, which is the terabyte mission, that's 31,000. Then the Sightseer, which is another like 40,000. That's over 100K in a matter of 10 minutes. Isn't that cool?
That's
And
pretty good.
Come on, Paige. Just I'm hustling right now. Come on, Paige. Load up these quick. Let's go. Come on. I'm on a time rush right now. Found it. Let's go, baby. Bam. Nice. 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 Shut up, Paige Harris.
Holy shit, where the hell am I delivering this thing to?
Hey, what? No, they haven't done it in a while. That's been double cash.
What's that?
Arena War.
I thought they were doing that just a few weeks ago. I could be wrong.
Wow, that was
Jesus,
not okay.
what the hell? This thing's taking me all over the frickin' place. GPS is just fucking with me now.
Garbage. Just die. Thank you. My god. That wasn't very helpful. Now, if you wouldn't mind, order me at my scrum shop, please, sir. Very good, sir. Thank you.
There, that was 98,000. Well, 78 after spending 20. What the fuck? I can't do any of my VIP work?
Oh, yes,
VIP
because
work?
I'm on the mission right now.
Oh, okay.
This is huge.
These cops are struggling to find me right now. Get on there. Yes. Let me lose these cops now, boy. Man, dude, the Scramjet is just such an overpowered car. It's basically unstoppable. You know what I mean, Sarge?
Yeah, sure.
I might as well be in a tank.
I'm thinking I
obviously a
shouldn't
tank
have
is
bought
better.
that other freaking.
Oh yeah, Sarge, I forgot to say, that's my next purchase.
What's that?
Big old fat tank.
Ah.
Location through.
I'm thinking I shouldn't have bought that other warehouse. I don't know why I did that. It's following the
regretting
professional's
your-
directions, but it doesn't make any sense why I'd have two warehouses. Yeah, your voice got all jinky again.
Oh my god, my Wi-Fi.
I tell my boss that sometimes just so she has to repeat herself. I'll hear her just fine. I'll be like, "You're breaking up really bad."
I am.
No, that's what I tell my boss that sometimes. When I hear just fine.
Hey, I ranked up. Let's go. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah, people are starting to kill each other now. You don't want that. Just launching me a sightseer real quick. Now I need to find 89 for this. Bang. Got it. This stuff is easy, bro. I tell you. Man, what are you gonna do a business battle, man? I need some of that cargo. You know what I mean, Sarge?
Yeah.
How many people are in this session right now? What are there, like 10, 13?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for these jackasses to land so I can blow them the hell up.
Go at it tonight.
Oh, and of course, it's 3 separate fucking crates again.
And I love these missions, man. They're so quick and easy.
And you're hogging them all.
Well, it's not my fault I need to make money.
Well, I need
That's
to make
that's
money
really not-
too.
And do it with me, because I'm sorry, but I have no sign of stopping. Here, how about this, how about this, how about this? When I do a terabyte mission, you launch that mission. How's that sound?
Jesus, fucking AI, Jesus. AS, artificial stupid.
I like that.
Yeah. Nah, I'm just messing with you, man. I don't really care.
Honestly, like, if you want to, dude, I will be more than happy to help you. And this
Just
is
waiting
not
for
good
my...
Oh, shit.
See, this is why I'm keeping the oppressor, because I just fucked up my helicopter. Because the area was too damn narrow.
What does this guy want? Dude, what do you want, dog? Leave me alone. Hey, Sarge, I'm gonna need your help. I got a guy with an oppressor on me, and I'm up in the sky, and I need assistance now. Oh, wait, no, you're right next to me. Look on your map. I'm right behind you. See me up in the sky? This guy won't leave me alone.
I'm looking. I don't see you.
Look, I'm right behind you.
Are you in the helicopter?
Yeah, this guy will not leave me alone. He's right behind me. He's a pink guy. Will not leave me alone.
Okay, I'm not seeing him.
He's in the pink oppressor. I think he's tailing off now that he saw you. Good, thank you, Sarge.
Yeah.
Sometimes all that takes is intimidation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You want me to shoot him down anyway?
Okay, Sarge, I have a real question.
Sure.
Are you a cereal guy?
A cereal guy?
Yeah.
As in, do I eat cereal for breakfast?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Captain Crunch or Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Which one?
Depends.
What does it depend on?
Is it Captain Crunch Crunch Berries or is it
Yes.
regular Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries or just the Crunch Berries?
Crunch berries.
If it's just Crunch Berries, I'm all about the Captain Crunch.
Heck yeah, Sarge.
But if it's the regular Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries, no thanks. That shit tears my mouth up.
Same.
Captain Crunch is fucking deadly, man.
But Cinnamon Toast Crunch is good though.
Yes, I actually have both of them at my house.
I typically am I'll eat a bagel with some strawberries and orange and banana. That's not what I eat in the morning.
Yeah, this morning I had, what did I have? Toast
I
with
eat a
peanut
lot of breakfast though.
toast with peanut butter and jelly.
I can't eat peanuts. I'm like highly allergic, like die in like 5 minutes.
Ugh.
Never will know what it tastes like.
I'll tell you
Hopefully I
the
can
same thing
drive
I
it.
tell my daughter. Yeah, you're not missing nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but there's way better stuff out there.
Oh yeah, 45,000, man. I don't know. God, I'm making big money right now.
Like
Golly.
almost any flavor of cream cheese.
Oh my God, that strawberry or that vegetable.
Dude, every time I deployed, this is the only time I ever saw this shit, but they had pepper. Pepper cream cheese. Not like bell pepper cream
What?
cheese. I'm talking like ground pepper cream cheese. That shit was nasty.
Business battle. Business battle. Doing it right now.
Damn it, and I can't do it. I'm in the middle
Oh
of a
no.
mission.
Oh, that sucks, Sarge.
Is that one with multiple crates?
Nope.
Okay, well if it's just one, then I don't feel so bad about not getting to do it.
Actually, wait. Let me find it. Actually. Oh
I
no,
don't
it's
feel like.
moving. It's moving. Never mind. So I need that cargo.
Hell, if it's moving, it's probably maybe a tractor trailer with a car in it.
I am moving pretty fast, and so is that thing. Is it worth it,
I think so,
Charles?
yeah.
You want to go after it?
Well, I'm in a freaking middle of my picking up 3 damn crates mission.
Oh, never mind. Then I'll go after it. If it's actually worth it, never mind. I'll catch up to you anyway. Yeah, I got 100K in cash and 200K in the bank. I'm
Ooh,
doing
that
good
reminds me.
today.
Oh yeah, shit, I kind of need to put my cash in the bank. Somehow I've got 36,000 and almost 37,000 in cash in my wallet.
Really?
Yeah, not sure
Let's
where it
go
came from.
flying. I think I'm just gonna meet her around the corner. I need to go buy me some bunker stuff. So it's actually good that I'm over here.
Oh shit, I know I got my freaking
Hey, Sarge,
motorcycle plug shit to sell.
after you do that, you can go ahead and do. Oh, never mind. I can do a headhunter right now. Not going to though. I got some other stuff I need to
Where is
worry
this
about.
fucking thing? There it is, right on top of this house. Actually, as soon as I get this one back, I'm gonna sell.
Yes, Sarge, I went from 30K today to 336,000.
Nice.
Good, right?
I went from 1 million to 223,000.
Dude, that's what's up.
I
That's
went
what we
the
call money making right there.
no, I went the wrong way.
I know. I'm being sarcastic.
Sarcasm's not funny unless I'm using it.
Oh, that's true. Great point. Valid point. So, Sarge, how's your day been going?
Huh?
How's your day been going?
Uh, khakis?
What?
That's State Farm commercial.
No, I didn't hear what you said. You
I said,
glitched out.
khakis?
The State Farm commercial?
Yeah. Okay, selling some cargo.
I'm glad I get your humor.
Me too. Sucks yakking with somebody who doesn't. Because then they just look at you like you're dumb.
Okay. To make this sale, you're going to need to do some long-haul
Big
trucking.
facts.
The buyer wants to
Big
minimize
facts.
risk
Big.
with multiple drop-offs. Hit all the points and we'll
I
get
got
paid.
nothing in my bunker right now. I wonder if I can sit in one of my business security cameras and not get kicked.
Yes.
What do you think? I think I'm gonna have that
Well,
and have all my nightclub stuff get all the way up.
No, I don't think your individual businesses have security cameras. I think you have to go to your the clubhouse, the motorcycle clubhouse.
Oh, my businesses have cameras on them. I have security. I don't have cameras.
What the
I
fuck?
love dodging through these trees. It's so much fun.
Why do I have freaking cops on me? I didn't do nothing. I'm just dropping off illicit goods.
Oh, wow, that was aggressive. That was unfortunate too. This is what? Keep pop, pop, pop. Boom, 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 boom. The tingles.
Shit.
Pop, 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 pop. Did pop, pop, pop. Dodge, how much cash do you have?
Like in real life?
No, like in GTA.
I don't have any cash right now. It's all in my bank.
Cause one of my objectives is to mug somebody.
Yes, I have no cash. If you mug me right now, I'd have to kill you.
Why?
Because I'm in the middle of a mission.
Oh, I get you. Never mind then.
Son of a
Do you?
bitch. We spend more money calling fucking Lester.
How much money do you spend a day on Lester?
I don't know.
Okay, like honestly, I know it's fake, but like, how much money do you think
How can I
Lester
help?
has made just from getting the cops off people?
Can't handle the heat, my friend?
No
At
idea.
least a couple
Leave it with
billion.
creepy Uncle Lester.
Creepy Uncle Lester. Shut up, Lester. Fucking pervert.
Lester the molester. What do you think of that name? Scary, but true.
Yeah, see, when I'm in a mission, I will spend a little extra money just so I don't get killed and lose my shit.
And you're glad.
Man, I think I've got like 136,000 on the line right here. Fuck, I think I need to eat the rest of my burger.
Alright, I can hear you now.
Okay. I wasn't aware that you couldn't hear me.
Wait a second, the cargo's right here. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, I just saved myself again with the scramjet in the water. I don't know how I do that so many times. It's a ramp car!
Driving this thing, I feel like I'm driving
Yes.
our world's most kick-ass school bus.
Dude, I just got the cargo. Wait, there's 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
What cargo?
Get out the car, get out. Yeah, on the vehicle cargo. Get out the car, get out the car, get out the car.
Oh. The business one?
Yep.
It's car?
It's the ramp car, so hopefully it's pretty. No. I gotta go, I gotta get there fast, I gotta get there fast. I'm messing around. As I say that, I flipped the freaking car. Yeah, I'm not making it.
Well, not gonna be the best bonus in the world, but
I forgot I had the ramp car. I should use that thing. Poor thing's been sitting in the garage for months now. And whatever happened to my million that I was supposed to get? Still haven't gotten that.
oh shit, there should be another million coming here in the next week or two.
Good. I forgot I'm in a ramp car. I should stop trying to dodge cars.
133,000 I just made.
Dang, nice, Sarge. That's good. It's good money.
It was
What if
9
I
crates.
just might make this?
I don't need to call nobody. So the only thing I don't like about the crates is it puts the cash in your pocket instead of putting it in your bank.
Sarge, do you think I'm gonna make it? I got 2 miles left with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Do you think I'm gonna make it?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, let's see.
That corner, nice. Let's go. God, I love this car. I should start driving it more. Come on. Sarge, root for me. I need this car. Go root for me.
Rah,
Come on,
rah,
come on,
rah.
come on. Thank you. Appreciate that. Helped a lot. Thanks,
Oh,
Sarge.
why is it giving me my old busted up helicopter back? Fuck.
Screw it. I gotta take a shortcut. Shortcuts, baby. Improving. Sarge, I got a mile left with 2 minutes left. You think I'm gonna make it?
Oh, you got it.
Come on. I'm flying right now. Like 100.
I'll be so lucky if I don't get killed.
Come on, baby. Hit the jump. Hit the jump nicely. Hit the jump nicely. Yes, perfect. Oh yeah, I'm making it. Heck yeah. Man, Sarge, that was some supreme driving for me. Are you kidding me? Sarge, imagine I got blown up or killed when I have the cargo. I'd be so sad. I'd be devastated, honestly. Not gonna happen because I'm right here. Let's go. Cargo delivered. Let's go, baby. Alright, Sarge, I got 2 of 2 weapons delivered. Let's go!
Okay, one of my targets is dead.
Okay. I got 50,000 warehouse goods.
I'll be so surprised if this freaking helicopter holds up.
I would greatly appreciate it, game, if you would give me my freaking F1 car right now. I got places to be.
And of course my helicopter's going down.
Just call another one. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, and I
God,
can't.
my F. God, it looks so good. I feel like I should go with a different color. Is black
What the
okay?
fuck? Why is it saying I don't have a personal vehicle? What the hell's wrong with my damn...
GTA has been messing up lately. I was expecting, because something was wrong with my bunker. Every time I would do supply runs, the supplies wouldn't go up.
Yeah.
So I had to email Rockstar and I had to buy a new bunker. But I had to buy the same one. But I don't know, it was weird. I bought the bunker, but it didn't cost me any money. This game's just weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, well, I still managed to kill.
Oh my god, oh my god, I have 39,000 in here. I could sell that quick. For
When
58,000.
the hell did my...
I order you to stop.
That's why I can't get it. It fucking got destroyed somehow.
For me.
When the fuck did my oppressor get destroyed?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna
Motherfucker.
go get some. I'm gonna go get me some Oreos.
MMI, we expect the unexpected. Sure.
You're dead. Big dead. I need some cover.
Son of a bitch.
You fool. No. God damn it. Gotta reload. Fucking reload. Covering fire. You're dead. Shit. Anybody got eyes on him? Oh no. Need one more guy.
God damn it. I've got the worst fucking luck with this shit.
Here for the magic touch?
Shipment from Angelico Fine. Our client wants these rocks, but she won't pay retail price. I think we can help. Get over there and put some of our technology to use. I'll talk you through it. You know what? I don't like working with other people either, but it's the only way I can do anything. You got a crew on board, this whole thing would go easier. Looks like you're coming up on the jewelers. Don't rush in just yet. We're doing this calmly and methodically. Use the drone for some reconnaissance on the store, and to disable the alarm before making a move.
Meet me at the bar. Hey!
I thought you knew what you were doing. Okay, backup plan. Grab the diamonds and get out of there before this whole thing goes to shit.
Oh my god! They shot him! Go to hell! Screw you!
Man, I'm tired.
Let's see how much this job will get me.
Better sell me some stock. 58,000, and it better not be a van or.
Alright, now get them over to our client. They know these
Yeah, I
guys
wasn't able to finish this one earlier. Some
and they're
asshole
surrounded.
fucking
Don't lead any police to the drop-off.
killed me and took my shit.
Okay, watch yourself. We're visible to the competition.
And it's a van. You've got to be joking. Oh. Oh no, it's a truck. Dang it, everyone's left, so I don't get a delivery to this.
Hello. What can I do for you? No problem. I'll get him off your back.
Everybody leave?
Oh, it is so
mostly.
cool. My god. It's a rampage.
Alright, we'll see how much diamond shopping gets me.
So they're nerds.
So I've managed to work my way back up to 342,000 now.
But I'm blowing stuff up, my god.
Shit, I'm half tempted just to drive this terabyte around all the time.
No. What's going on? My car was on fire for a second. I think everyone must have tailed off in the lobby.
Yeah, I know there's only 4 of us now.
And this car still goes fast on the dirt. I'm going like 80 miles an hour on the dirt right now.
Damn.
Actually, maybe no, I'm going 100 miles an hour on the dirt right now. That's kind of crazy. I do take you only health. Wow. $60,000, 10K bonus. That's not bad.
Boy,
So
this
the
one better
almost-
be worth it. Seriously?
I want that double money, John.
32,000
For what?
for the diamond shopping client mission.
Wait,
It,
do you have a drone?
And it pays good too.
yeah,
Be
it's
with you now.
I spent most of my money on that today. That's funny because you don't even need the drone to do it.
I invited you to a mission if you want to join it.
Hmm.
I invited you to a mission if you want to join it.
I need to sell my motorcycle club businesses.
I'm about to dominate real quick. I'm about to dominate in this race real quick, Sarge. You have no idea.
Forgot I need to be a motorcycle club president. That one's too far away. You know what? I'm not sure how much I lost from my cocaine stuff earlier.
Yeah, Sarge, I'm in first place probably by like a mile. These guys suck. That's the key. You gotta take that outside corner. That's the key right there.
Why am I stealing supplies?
All right, so what's better than resupplying? I hear you.
Ooh.
As far as I am dominating right now. I'm in first by like 2 miles probably.
Damn.
I'm ahead by 1 minute and 40 seconds. I'll have a perfect lap on these tires. Okay, this person's catching up to me, I don't want that. This guy's really hurt. Okay, yeah, my back tires are getting bad. I need a pit stop now. Yeah, I need a pit stop as soon as possible. And I love NASCAR. I love NASCAR when they do the pit stops. Ruff, 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 ruff. And like
Yeah.
2 seconds. It's crazy. Come on, fix me up, fix me up. Oh, my back tire's fixed.
We still sitting at only like 4 people in here?
They got it. We're all...
Give you 120 and boost up.
We gonna make this sale? Okay. We got the coke in your saddlebags. Just ride over and make the drop.
It's on my back tires. Yeah, so this might be the easiest mine I've ever made.
Huh. Holy shit, how am I the only one in this lobby?
I'll join back.
Oh, that's right. You're in a race.
Yeah, I've
Might
been in
well.
first place for like 4 laps now.
Thinking, shit, I'm not gonna get any bonuses out of this one.
Yeah, people are leaving because they're like literally 2 minutes and 3 minutes behind. I just gotta cross the finish line so people can DNF and I get more money for it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, good song. Ooh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. Front nose. Oh no, this is bad. Alright, that's not good. We gotta start taking this serious now.
Ah, damn it.
God, that car just went 160. I just passed that guy like he was standing still. That's unfortunate.
I hate this one. Bring it to the cocaine drop off and it's all a bunch of cops. It's like the last 3 times I've done this mission.
Get me repaired. The back tire's fixed. Let's go. 3 more laps. Yeah, people like shouldn't even try at this point. I'm gonna do the rest of this thing in first person. Alright. I'm gonna start being cocky now. That's fine, how far behind? Yeah, these people are so far behind.
God damn it.
Hate that corner.
Oh, eventually I'm gonna have to buy the arena stuff, just so I can get the
Really?
death, just so I can get the death bike.
How come the death bike?
It only does like 150. It's like the fastest motorcycle. Shut up, lady. Can't call me a little piece of shit. I'm a big piece of shit. God, you know, you'd think if you're delivering coke, they'd give you a better motorcycle.
Yeah. I've lapped this guy like 4 times.
And of course, I gotta crash into lady driving this. Damn, lady, why are you running me over? I should shoot. Oh, I don't want to steal your car. Get out of the car, dipshit. Really, dude?
What the fuck? Oh, sweet God!
Fucking people, Jesus. That's how I gotta clear them out, is to freaking shoot at them, though. This has gotta be the single longest single drop cocaine mission I've done. Tell you what, by the time I get back to my nightclub, I ought to be doing pretty well.
Man, I'm doing so good in this race right now. Flying. Last lap. Crap. Yeah, no one's catching up to me. It's just me and this guy left. This is a 15-minute race. I'm probably not even gonna get 10K for it.
Damn.
It's okay, it was fun anyway. I needed a little bit of fun for tonight. You know what I mean?
Yes I do.
Now I'll get back to the missions and grinding.
Oops.
I'm gonna go customize my Huracan. Here's the finish line.
And we have a sale. Digital assets transferred to your account, and that's it from LJT.
I sure as shit didn't put my freaking oppressor anywhere fucking close.
I want the gang out the mob. What you thinking? Oh, this guy's close to it. Yeah, if he's not gonna finish. Ah. Let's go, baby. How much money did I get?
You ready to settle this?
Yes, I guess I'm ready to settle this the old-fashioned way.
Okay, maybe that wasn't a waste of time.
But how much you
I
get?
just won me 33,000.
Nice.
I was gonna bet me a couple thousand, but the bets were off.
Shit, man, every time I swear for the last 2 weeks, every time I've spun the wheel, I've won chips.
Really?
Yeah, I've got like 125,000 of them.
I think I'm about to do the glitch to get that F1 car.
I'm not patient enough.
I have the patience because I'm tired. Like I just said.
Oh Oh shit, dude. I was gonna ask you if you wanted to do some of the special cargo missions, because apparently those are 2 to 4 players.
I don't know. I'm tired as hell.
Yeah, I hear you.
Me back on the sleep schedule's got me tired every night early.
Yeah, shit takes a little adjusting.
Yeah, I casually just went like 160.
Huh.
No biggie. God, this car is so fast. It just looks good though, doesn't it?
Those look pretty sweet.
And it's super fast. Okay, this guy needs to get away from me. He's in a jet and I don't like it. Okay, that guy's car is sick.
Come on, mama.
Oh. I must have run into the invulnerable frickin' motorcycle gang. You know, the ones that you have to hit like 500,000 times.
I have 100 chips. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Didn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Everyone back up!
Okay, go to supplies. Time to roll.
Oh, the gay on the boat. I'm about to have me some full supplies and run with that nightclub, dude.
Driving this terabyte around ain't so bad. Till you got a tight corner.
Oh, I haven't sat on my bed all day. As soon as I hit my bed, I get instantly tired. What?
Just hit 90.
On what?
The terabyte.
Wow, yeah, it's honestly pretty fast for how big it is. You know what I mean? I think it's fast.
Yeah. Damn near hit 95.
Almost 100 for how big that thing is. Yeah, that's good. My terabyte looks ugly. I have pink.
Meh.
Pink. No, the pink looks fine. I have orange colored rims on it.
Damn.
I have pink on orange and it looks like literally disgusting. I'm just gonna fly over to my nightclub. Hey, Sarge, do you think you're gonna sit AFK tonight on your PS4?
What's that?
Are you gonna sit AFK tonight on your PS4?
I might.
Yeah, I think I'm going to. I mean, these systems are built to stay on for long periods of time.
Yeah.
I had mine on for like 3 days straight, no problem.
Yeah, if I can actually get into the security cams and then disband
We got what we need.
disband my club. I've never been able to do that though.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, give me no. I have bad experiences with water. Gotta be joking me right now.
Okay,
You've
yeah, I'm
got,
fucking not.
you've gotta be joking. I literally hate the scramjet, but I love the scramjet.
Yeah, I'm not even fucking with my weed farm until I get it fully upgraded. It don't do enough. And I need 990,000 to finish upgrading it.
Just give me my buzzer. I wanna go to sleep. Give me my buzzer. So I can go sit AFK on my business cameras. Yeah, I'm in your lobby. There's no one in here. You and I are the only ones.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
I can't believe I'm back up to almost 500,000 again already. I gotta figure my nightclub ought to be stacked pretty well right about now. Well, I'm gonna have to go to my motorcycle club to do the whole AFK thing. Unless I want to spend 645 bucks for 645,000
50K.
to get security at the nightclub, which I might do. Yep, tonight I don't see myself staying out here past midnight.
I don't see myself staying on here for 15 more minutes. Easy now, if I was playing Fortnite, this would be the story. I'd be on till like midnight or 1 o'clock. Let me guess what you're drinking.
What am I drinking?
It's a beer?
No, Diet Pepsi.
See, I was about to say something diet. But
It's because of the diabetes.
I was about to say something diet, but then I realized, you know, late night, you probably crack up a beer.
I prefer beer from bottles. Yeah, okay, that guy's,
Wait.
All right,
What?
these drops are only accessible by seaplane. Proc's loaded up and ready to go when you are.
Oh shit, my god, big guys right here. Give me that banshee. On the gang of tomorrow, who's you thinking? I am so tired, I might just hop off. What about you, Starge?
oh, I'm probably going to be on for a little bit.
Alright, I'm at my security cameras.
Yeah, tell me if you can get out of the organization.
Okay.
have a sale. Digital assets trans... We selling? Huh? Okay. The buyer wants it airdropped. The product's loaded and waiting at the helipad.
You still on, dude?
That's a successful sale. The funds are transferring. Long John out.
Okay, expect law enforcement to get in the way on this sale, but hopefully the phantom wedge we're lending you will get them out of it. Stick to the route, stop for nothing, make the drop. And that, I believe, is everything sold. Next time you see those weapons, they'll be on the news.
Well, how about we add transporting illegal goods across borders to our long list of major crimes, yeah? The buyer for this stuff wants it dropped on a barge out at sea. Take the goods to the chopper, then fly them out there. Okay, you're almost there. There's a cargo bomb chopper waiting at the rendezvous point. Get in, attach the cargo hook to your van, and fly the whole thing to the buyer's barge. How I got into this business, I will never know. Alright, I've been watching some video tutorials. You got to position the helicopter above your vehicle, deploy the hook thing, and, like, lower down onto it, like a gentle tea bag. You'll hook on, and you'll take it nice and slow, and pull... Okay, you made the sale. We finally got currency to run through the tills at this place. All anyone drinks nowadays is bottled fucking water. The profits minus the laundering fee will be in your account soon.
Here at Merryweather, you're secure.
luxury is just a click away. Log on to the Diamond Casino and Resort website and buy your luxury penthouse villa today. Come on, what are you waiting for?
More fucking chips? Jesus Christ.
brings you in today?
Fucking seriously.
That is messed up.
So, this car's being used in a stunt on a movie set. Head over there and take the car. But look out, you probably won't be able to get out unless you complete the stunt yourselves. car's been looked after, boss. SecuroServe just sent me an alert. Some special vehicle work's come up, and our organization is eligible because of the progress we're making. You can handle it any time from the network at the office.
Good to see you, boss. Oh, hi. What do you need? I'll take care of the food. You take care of the company. Looks like your pockets are full. When you finish what you've got, I'll give you some more.
the evening and others are regurgitating. It's because of the non-politicians who are speaking. And you can see the president's outreach to minorities, African Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans. You can see the president drawing a stark contrast with the Democrats. It's a very patriotic convention. It's promoting Americanism and faith and family and life. The vice president's speech last night was outstanding, absolutely fabulous. And so are the others. Even the video with John Voight's voice, they're extremely patriotic. They make you inspired. The Democrat convention was aimed at a small percentage of the population, the disgruntled, the miscreants, the malcontents, and the socialists and the Marxists. And now, the numbers are tightening, and they're tightening fast. I told you the numbers before in the battleground states, and this is even before the impact of the Republican convention. In Arizona, Biden 49, Trump 47. That's the margin of error. In Florida, Biden 49, Trump 46. Pennsylvania, Biden 49, Trump 46. North Carolina, Biden 48, Trump 47, margin of error. Wisconsin, Biden 49, Trump 44. This is before Kenosha and all the rest of it. Michigan, Biden 50, Trump 44. And if the president wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Arizona, and Florida, and Ohio, and those states, he doesn't even have to win Michigan and Wisconsin, just so you know. And he's doing very well in Minnesota right now. This is before any debates. And this is before the impact, hopefully it'll be significant, of the Republican National Convention. What else is happening? Hopefully, more and more the truth is getting out on how the president is dealing with the coronavirus. The country is coming out of extremis. It really is.
This car is being looked after by a professional outfit, shall we
Even
say?
in the South and the
they're taking
Southeast.
it out to sea.
Even in the Southwest,
so you're
and
going
definitely
to
in
need
the
to
Northeast.
airlift it out with a cargo bob. Pick up the helicopter.
This virus has a
then
mind
pick
of
up
its
the
own.
car.
As my buddy Daniel Horowitz at Conservative Review has written, it seems to have a 4 to 6 week lifespan, and then it moves on. But no president, even more than that, no human being sitting in that office could have done more than this president to deal with a pandemic that the whole world's dealing with. And it's interesting, there are charts out there now, and I put it on my social sites. You can check it out, Mark Levin Show Facebook, Mark Levin Show Twitter. There are charts out now, based on the science, Nancy, that show the extraordinary results from the way the president has handled this pandemic. Extraordinary. Our mortality rate is the lowest, if not one of the lowest, in the entire world. Our testing rate is the highest in the world. The mean age of those who have died from this virus is 78 years old. Nobody dismisses those who've died from the virus. I have questioned how the states keep the records and how the CDC has asked them to keep the records, and we've gone over this over the past months because some states and some people are playing games. And the mortality rate would even be lower had these Democrat governors like Cuomo, Murphy, Pritzker, and others not shoved China virus positive patients in with nursing home patients and assisted care living patients. And on that front, by the way, the Attorney General of the United States has asked every state to send them the data on the death rates in the nursing homes and the assisted living homes. You want to know why? I think he's looking at a potential civil rights case. And of course, some states are resistant. Some states are resistant. But the Democrats are getting nervous right now because they have a very flawed candidate. They're trying to protect him. They're going to become even more desperate. Their voices are going to become more shrill, much like Nancy Eva Pelosi's. You now have Ed Rollins, one of the brilliant men behind the Reagan second term 1984 campaign, as well as the 1980 campaign. He feels that this Republican National Convention will launch Trump to victory in 2020. You see, Rove, also, these are past campaign managers talking about how this has been a superb convention that will, again, strengthen Trump heading into the final 60 or 70 days of the campaign. And as the libs like to say, the best is yet to come because of the debates. Now, as I said earlier, if Biden doesn't debate, I believe that hurts Biden. If Biden does debate, it will hurt Biden. They're stuck with a bad candidate. Isn't it interesting also that Kamala Harris is the one who will be responding tonight to the president's acceptance speech? Isn't that bizarre, Mr. Producer? I thought she's running for vice president. Again, what does that demonstrate? That Biden can't do it. Why would you have your vice president, Kamala Spiro Agnew Harris, respond to Trump? I mean, if you have faith in your candidate, if he can speak well, he has some charisma and so forth, you would want him to respond, no? It's also interesting because, Trump has violated all traditions here by, during the Democrat convention, he was doing events and so forth and so on. They're worried about traditions. There's rioting going on, looting, arson in Democrat cities and Democrat states. Pelosi violates the Constitution to impeach the President of the United States. They sic criminal investigators against the President and his family. You've got a nut job in New York as Attorney General, violating all kinds of rules of professional conduct for lawyers in New York with investigations, criminalizing politics there, the President of the United States. And they're worried about tradition. The tradition here is right. Then they go after Pompeo, who gives a speech from Israel. You can't do that. That's political. Right. Oh, really? Obama's first Secretary of State with John Kerry, who had been the presidential nominee and candidate for the Democrats in 2004. Now, he got his ass kicked, but nonetheless. And then his second Secretary of State is Hillary Clinton, who tries to use that as a springboard to run for president. But they're worried about Pompeo giving a speech in Israel. Then they claim that the President of the United States, you're violating the contract by giving your speeches and having your convention, part of it anyway, in the White House, in the Rose Garden. So the Special Office of Governmental Ethics says no. There have been political events and so forth in the Rose Garden before. So they try to make a crime, a controversy out of everything. Everything. But the rioters, we don't hear rioters. Antifa's not violent. If there is violence, it's because of, the federal law enforcement that's been sent in there. So cities are burning. There's no federal law enforcement. The ratings show the public's getting sick and tired of this. Now, all of a sudden, Joe Biden yesterday issues a video. Like I said 12 and a half years ago about riots. Joe, nobody said anything at your convention. And Nancy Pelosi called federal law enforcement stormtroopers. And James Kleinberg called them Gestapo. And another one of your knuckleheads said that they were a secret police. That's your federal law enforcement, ladies and gentlemen, who stand between you and these domestic terrorists. And the Biden campaign is endorsed by a Klansman. No headlines on that. You know why?
Okay,
he's fed up with Trump. He says Trump's not who we thought he was. No, he's not.
Another vehicle, come back to the
he never
office and
was.
let's get moving.
And of course, the Biden campaign embraces anti-Semites, as does Nancy Pelosi. She's never questioned about that. Tlaib and Omar and the rest, anything? Nothing. Nancy Pelosi endorsed them in their primaries. That's your Democrat Party. They attack federal law enforcement. They're silent on the riots. That's not leadership, ladies and gentlemen, but that's what they stand for now. And that 110-page Communist Manifesto that I brought forth and started talking about, now other people hopefully will continue to do so, that's a damnable document. That's why they're not campaigning on it. That's why they're not taking any questions on it. And more you're going to see the liars in the media try and position Joe Biden as a decent, he's so decent, Joe. No, but he was known for fondling women. Joe is decent. Lunch Bucket Joe. He's never carried a lunch. Lunch Bucket Joe. And he'll unite us. Does he unite us? Do you hear what he says about black people? He's Joe's going to unite us. And Joe's a moderate. He's not a moderate. He's embraced every radical idea Bernie's decent, intelligent, moderate, pragmatic Joe Biden. And the reason why he won't campaign like Donald Trump is because he's responsible. Because he follows the science. Because of the virus. Joe is the man. Joe knows what to do at a moment's notice. Wait a minute. In 2009, when we had the swine flu, H1N1, Joe was a disaster. Please. That was then. This is now. I'll be right back.
Mark Lopin.
Now, I know you love freedom. How do I know that? Because you listen to my show. And my show and everything I do is all about preserving freedom and the form of government that secures it for us. It's the same with Hillsdale College, one of the very best truly liberal arts colleges in the nation. That's why I talk about them all the time, because Hillsdale is committed to pursuing truth and defending liberty. Hillsdale teaches stellar students to defend freedom, no matter what they major in, whether it's science or music or economics or business, whatever. Hillsdale teaches them how to defend liberty. And they do that for you, too, through their free monthly digest of conservative thought. It's called Imprimis. 5.4 million Americans receive Imprimis for free every month. And you, my friend and fellow freedom lover, should be reading it too. You can subscribe for free at levinforhillsdale.com, Levin for Hillsdale.com. There's no strings attached. Generous donors who want to preserve freedom for future generations make it possible for Hillsdale to send Imprimis to you for no cost every month. Start receiving and reading Imprimis so you can know how to defend the freedom you love. Go to levinforhillsdale.com, Levin for Hillsdale.com, levinforhillsdale.com. Jenkins, I think he's retired. He used to be an Eagle, New Orleans Saint. He was on CNN today, and he is a threat to make to all of you. Cut 3, go.
And so the same systems that perpetuate, a cycle of incarceration, the same systems that allow state violence against unarmed civilians, the same system that is taking generational wealth from black and brown people and haven't paid back a dime. All of these things are what we're fighting for right now. In this political landscape, I hope that turns into some kind of political engagement by athletes and by everybody to say that, if you want the black vote.
All right, let me tell you something, pal. With your racism, with your ahistoric diatribe, with your victimization, as you sit there a multimillionaire, and your only attention is only drawn to you because of the iconic position you used to hold as an athlete, you're not going to destroy this country. There are tens of millions of us who are going to stand in your way. White, black, brown, yellow, and red. You understand what I'm telling you, pal? I don't care how many times you repeat your lies about systemic racism, how people are taking money from black and brown people, and on and on and on. That race-based lying is not going to get you anywhere. Anywhere. Because there are those of us who love this country, and there are men and women who have fought for this country. I remember, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that long ago when we had athletes, great athletes, who put aside their careers, Ted Williams, for 5 years, to join the military and defend this country. These jerks, having collected millions and millions of dollars, sit there in front of a damn computer and a video and tell you how crappy our country is when they've given up nothing. Zero.
From the Westwood One Podcast Network. He's here. He's here. Now broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811. Look, just to continue what I was saying in the last hour. People like this, that is with a radicalized ideology and mindset, regardless of it, you don't get to bully us and push us around and tell us that if we don't bow to your demands, there's not going to be peace. There's not going to be peace. He says later, this Malcolm Jenkins, I think until we continue to demand it, until Black Lives Matter goes from just an idea or a goal that we're trying to attain as a society that is actually realized in the streets, we won't see any peace. I think we'll continue to see athletes, entertainers, as well as citizens disrupt the status quo until that's recognized. Disrupt the status quo. The left owns the status quo. Who the hell do you think runs these cities, Malcolm? Who the hell do you think runs our culture, Malcolm? Who the hell do you think runs our colleges and universities and public schools, Malcolm?
I'll be keeping my eye on you. Goodbye.
This is a bucket of BS. And now we're getting threats. If we don't buckle to the race baiting and the ultra left-wing economic agenda and trash our own history and trash our own society and undermine the civil society and our own liberty as a people, then Malcolm says we're not going to be able to live peacefully. Now, I don't know where Malcolm lives, and I don't know where LeBron lives, and I don't know where Oprah lives. I don't know where Schumer lives and Pelosi lives. I mean, we see pictures. They're not down for any revolution. They're a bunch of big mouths who are trying to incite people so they feel morally superior to everybody else. None of them are Mother Teresa. None of them have given up their wealth and decided to, quote-unquote, live among the poor. Not a damn one of them. What Malcolm doesn't understand, and so many others on the left, is the word liberty. Liberty provides every human being, every citizen in this country, with an opportunity to make something of themselves. Now they have to have personal responsibility and personal accountability. I notice Malcolm doesn't talk about the long criminal records of some of these men who've gotten in confrontations with police. Not because of their race, but because of their records. The police don't go around shooting somebody in the back 7 times for the fun of it. Black Lives Matter is a racist, anti-Semitic, Marxist, anarchist organization. And Malcolm is saying here, hey, you either embrace that, and we either get the changes that Black Lives Matter is demanding, or there's not going to be peace. Oh, really? And so we saw what happened in Kenosha. And you know who I blame? I blame people like Malcolm and others who are inciting the rioting. And he's on CNN today. CNN. Now, does Malcolm represent the vast majority of black men and women in the inner city? No, he doesn't. They want the cops. I'll show you survey after survey. They want the cops. They don't want them defunded. As a matter of fact, they want more cops. Black Lives Matter talks about eliminating the police. So who the hell is Malcolm talking for? Malcolm Malcolm sounds like a typical left-wing white person in a wealthy neighborhood. That's who he sounds like. That's who he sounds like. Honestly, that's who LeBron James sounds like. There's not a dime's worth of difference between what they say and where they stand, and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. Not a dime's worth of difference. Now, Malcolm doesn't talk about, nor does LeBron, as I discussed with Stephen A. last night, the over 7, almost 8,000 black people murdered every year in our cities, 90% of whom are killed by other black people. And as I pointed out last evening, we lost around 7,000 Marines on Iwo Jima. So there's an Iwo Jima every single year in the black community, having nothing to do with the police, having nothing to do with white people, having nothing to do with capitalism. So where's Malcolm? Nowhere. Nowhere. Where's LeBron? Nowhere. I went back, I looked, they don't say anything. Nothing. The reason why CNN puts Malcolm Jenkins on, because Malcolm Jenkins is a guy who will attack Trump and who will attack the system. He doesn't get hard questioned. He'll never come on a show like this, ever. Ever. But then we get the media like this. NBC News, Gabe Gutierrez, he's a newsman, right, Mr. Producer, reporter? Gabe Gutierrez at NBC News on the Morning Schmo. Now, Joe Scarborough is a low IQ individual, unsuccessful in radio. Why does he have a job on MSNBC? Well, why does Sharpton have a job on MSNBC? Why does Andrea Mitchell? This is where the reprobates of broadcasting go. There's nowhere else to go. It doesn't get any lower. Doesn't get any lower. Except CNN, of course. But even in their own circles, their own social circles and so-called professional circles, if you're any good, you work for the network, NBC. Not MSNBC. That's an island of idiots. It's a freak show. Hence Scarborough. Gabe Gutierrez, well, I don't know Gabe Gutierrez from Cape Kaplan. And he's a news reporter for NBC News. Now, the Blaze and the Daily Caller have had our reporters in Kenosha, Wisconsin, talking to people, videoing what's going on, which is what you're seeing all over cable TV. These very wealthy, multinational corporations that own CNN and MSNBC, they're not sending reporters in. Certainly not into areas that the Blaze and the Daily Caller are going into. And these are young people, brave young people. The guy that works for the Daily Caller, Richie, used to work with me at the Blaze. He's a great guy. Elijah, who works for the Blaze and goes in, he's a great guy. These are brave young men. They're about 30 years old, give or take. They're not going to get Pulitzer Prize. They're not going to get anything. And they should. These slobs at CNN and MSNBC who sit on their fat asses, excuse my French, in an air-conditioned studio and comment on what they're seeing, they're not there any more than Malcolm Jenkins is there. Any more than LeBron James is there. Any more than Joe Scarborough or Andrea Mitchell are there. They're not there. Chuck Todd, not there. George Stephanopoulos, nope. So if you watch Living TV tonight, those of you who subscribe can see it tonight. For those of you who have Pluto on your smart TV, the Pluto network, you can see it too. I do a full interview with our Blaze reporter who's been in Kenosha for 4 days, including during the shooting. And he interviewed, before the shooting, that 17-year-old kid. And the media are calling him like a white supremacist or a militia. He's not those things. He never was. BuzzFeed's out there trying to, the same people who attack all that, that's not who he is. It's much more complicated than that. He felt he was a patriot going in there to try and protect everybody, to try and put down the violence. He had wanted to be a cop. And you'll see he's assaulted, and he's hit over the head with a skateboard. And they're trying to pull his rifle from him, and he fires off shots. It's just not so black and white. It just isn't. So here's Gabe Gutierrez. NBC News, cut one, go.
First, I want to tell you what happened here overnight. This was yet another night of protests here in Kenosha, but thankfully this one was relatively peaceful. This came after the Wisconsin governor authorized another 500 extra members of the Wisconsin National Guard. President Trump had tweeted that he was sending in more federal resources, but local officials say that they were already bringing in more resources.
Oh, so, okay. No. You see, they even have to put down Trump on this. Who's been demanding that they do something about this? And the president is sending 2,000 National Guard, making them available from states, surrounding states and so forth, to put this down once and for all. So I don't know what Gabe is talking about. Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
The burnt-out truck behind me, that happened several days ago, and authorities were trying to prevent the repeat of that. Protesters had been gathering here at the county courthouse, and again, thankfully, things remained peaceful overnight. No major clashes.
But there had been major clashes. And as the congressman from this area said when he was interviewed on Fox, his district includes Kenosha. They have a Democrat mayor there. That these rioters are coming in from Chicago. Chicago's not that far from Kenosha, Wisconsin. So what's happening, ladies and gentlemen, is this is a roving mob, a paramilitary mob, Marxist anarchists. They're all going to vote for Biden to the extent they vote. They were protected by the Democrat Party in the cities and in the state, and the National Democrat Party at their convention. Only now that a town in the suburb was hit, Kenosha, is Joe Biden speaking out because of what I told you 3 days ago about the Pew poll. The backbench is at least quick to pick up on these things. That violent crime is now considered a very important issue with 6 out of 10 voters. Uh-oh, Joe! Now what is it? I'm eating my spaghetti. Joe! We gotta have you make a statement. We have to make a statement. So they put out another video like Joe is kidnapped in Iran or something. It's in the basement. He stares into the camera and tells us that now he's against violence. Not a word at their convention. The House Judiciary Committee hearing where they attacked the Attorney General who's trying to protect our citizens. Not a word about the rioters there. You might remember Ted Cruz confronting the idiot from Hawaii, where she refused to denounce Antifa. Sorry, Democrats, this is on you. You own the rioters, you own the looters, you own the arsonists, you own the violence, you own it. They're your cities, it's your party, and you wouldn't stand up and do a damn thing about it. You wouldn't even say that it's wrong until the polls start to move. I'll be right back.
Mark Lopin.
Are you thinking about home warranty coverage? With an American Home Shield plan, you're prepared when stuff breaks down in your home. I'm talking about the not-so-easy-to-fix, sometimes pretty expensive stuff like your refrigerator, heating and air conditioning, plumbing and electrical. And believe me...
Man, it's 1 a.m. for me.
It just hit 12 here. That's it. That sucked.
Well, we don't have the location for this car, but we have the location for a car that's on the way to this car. Find them, tail them without being spotted, and get the vehicle. And, oh yeah,
happens, not if. You're really going to be glad you have a plan in place for when things go wrong. To see what American Home Shield covers and save $50 off any plan, go to ahs.com/Levin. If American Home Shield can't repair the covered items, they'll replace it. And as the nation's largest provider, they paid more in-home warranty claims than any other company. That's added up to more than $2 billion in the past 5 years. Go to ahs.com/Levin today to save $50 and start protecting your home and budget from inevitable breakdowns. ahs.com/Levin. That's ahs.com/Levin for $50 off any plan. American Home Shield. Be sure with the Shield. Limitations and exclusions apply. See plan for details.
Here's Politico, a left-wing site. Quote, it's playing into Trump's hands, unquote. Democrats fear swing state damage from Kenosha unrest. Some Wisconsin Democrats worry that the images of violence and destruction will turn suburban voters against the party. It shows you the Democrats and Biden have no moral core, none whatsoever. You can burn the cities. Oh, yeah, the minorities are going to vote for us. Burn this, but not the suburbs. Leave the suburbs. Downtown buildings set ablaze by arsonists were still smoldering from the night. When Kirk Ingram started to paint an angel on his boarded-up storefront, it goes on and on. Ingram, a Democrat who runs a massage therapy business, said the war zone images of his city on TV were bolstering President Donald Trump's Get Tough message. Well, of course, safety's number one. And yet we have this individual, Nia Malika Henderson, a contributor to CNN. And you have to be a radical crackpot to be a contributor to CNN, just like their hosts. Cut 2, go.
Yeah, I think you can draw a through line. Think about what that couple did. They drew guns.
The McCluskeys.
Who were outside their home on a sidewalk because they were black. I mean,
Stop. First of all, you're a liar and a race baiter. I saw a lot of white people in front of their home, and they were threatening their lives. So why do you lie? And why does CNN put a liar on here like this? Go ahead.
Exactly what happened in that instance. And that is the message, I think, that Donald Trump wants to deliver to particularly white people, that he is the one standing between the lawlessness of black and brown.
Where do they get these people from? I said on the air here, this is a matter of fact. Fact. There are millions and millions of gun owners in this country, and most of them who have legal firearms do not live in the cities because of the city's gun laws. The vast majority of them live outside the cities, in the suburbs, the far burbs, and in rural areas. So when Antifa or Black Lives Matter brings violence, Molotov cocktails, arson, other weapons and so forth into the suburbs, people think the suburbs are soft. They're not soft. Men and women in the suburbs, many of them, are armed. And they're armed for this very purpose. Not a race war, but if somebody tries to harm them or a family member or destroy their home or their neighborhood, they might push back. I am very worried about this. I'm the one who keeps talking about it. There are tens of millions of weapons in this country. Not for hunting, not for target practice, but because people intend to defend themselves. And they intend to defend their homes. I do. My neighbors do. I went down the street the other day. We're armed up to the teeth, Mr. Producer. There's no question about it. I got vets here, ex-cops here, other people here. It's not in every part of the country where people are not able to defend themselves. So when you move your riots, your violence, your arson, your looting into other communities in this country, and they're not all white. I've got plenty of minority neighbors here, and I'm sick of hearing that too. I have a very diverse community that I live in, and it's getting more diverse by the week. Good. These people are out of touch on television. Malcolm Jenkins and LeBron James, completely out of touch. They're playing with fire. This is what happens when the civil society begins to fall apart. It's not one way. And so you have the law of the jungle, as they say, as the philosophers say. And if the police are outnumbered, or the police aren't going to act because the politicians won't act, individual citizens will. That's why there's a Second Amendment. So that's why these rioters have to be put down. This has to be put to an end. And people who are threatening, you either adopt our politics and adopt our mindset, or the violence is going to continue. You have no idea what you're saying.
Yes, it's true that Mark Levin is the fastest growing radio show in America. The Mark Levin Show is on at 877-381-3811.
Most Americans, I have to believe, we have to believe, do not like Antifa or Black Lives Matter because of their violence, because of their hatred for America and their love of Marxism and anarchism, and their anti-Semitism. Most people don't want their federal courthouses in this country under attack day in and day out, night after night. Most people in this country don't like turning on their television sets and watching storefronts burn randomly, and watch people who've owned their stores, who make a living wage, after half a century or 10 years or 20 years, they pour all their blood, sweat, and tears into the operation, all their money, everything they have. We don't like to see them torched and looted in the name of reparations, or anything else for that matter. Most Americans, black, white, brown, red, yellow, albino, and whatever it is, are good people. And the problem is, whether it's these athletes or Hollywood or the media types, they have their own mindsets. They reinforce one another. They're not in touch. They are out of touch. I am behind this microphone every day. What is it, 12, 14 million people listening? They are not. They all reinforce their own ideologies and attitudes. For all their talk about this community or that community, they don't live in those communities anymore. They escaped, quote unquote, from those communities. And now they've made it. And they think spending money on this or voting on that, then it makes a difference. It makes no difference. They live one way and they talk another. It's not their storefronts being burned. Americans are sick of this. You know what else Americans are sick of? Americans are sick of being called racists. When 99.9% of Americans are not racist. Americans are sick of being told about the wealth gap. When Americans break their ass to earn a living, to put food on the table, to have a decent roof over their head, and to try and provide for their children and their spouse. Americans can't stand it when they're put down with generalizations and stereotypes. When you listen to these big mouths, it's like black people can't succeed, and white people only succeed because they're white. Everybody knows that's a lie. It's a lie. And yet this is what they perpetuate. And God willing, on election day, they'll find out how the American people feel. And God willing, the American people will shock, once again, the Democrat Party, the leadership of the Democrat Party, the Democrat Party media, basketball players, hockey players, Major League Baseball players, football players, Hollywood, and all the rest. You can't keep putting down the American people. You can't keep talking about the American people this way. You can't keep talking about our magnificent country this way think there's no consequence politically? These people who are talking, what have they contributed to this country? I'm being very honest. What do basketball players contribute to this country? What do they give to this country? Nothing. They attack the men and women who are police with broadsides. They don't even want to know the facts. Doc Rivers sees a 10-second video, and he knows everything that took place. Tell me, if you saw a 10-second video of a minority allegedly doing something to a white person, and you don't have all the facts, can you draw conclusions from that, Doc Rivers? You shouldn't. We have an entire justice system built up to deal with this. At the local, state, and federal system.
Let's get to
all kinds of procedures for trying to get to the truth, but it doesn't apply, you see, for the left.
Prison inmates.
That guy was shot 7 times in the back by a white cop, and he's black, so that's that. No, that's not that's that. And now we learn more. What happened? He was tased. LeBron James said, why don't they try and tackle the guy? They did. And they tased him. But when adrenaline's running, sometimes it doesn't work on people. And he got up. Well, he's just going in the car and you shot him in the back. And now we know there was a knife in the car on the floorboard. That's not a cut and dry situation, but it shows you now have more facts. Meanwhile, the NBA is on strike or something, Mr. Producer, to show its solidarity with, I guess, Jacobs or I'm not sure why. And this is how they demonstrate their
you good to go? Get over to the buyer without sustaining damage, and we'll get the full amount.
They shut down their own business. How stupid is that? How stupid is that? They're so woke, they're woke against themselves. Hey, I have an idea. What is it? Let's screw ourselves. What? Yeah, and the league we play for. Yeah, let's do it. They're down for what revolution? They sound like a bunch of idiots, quite frankly. But I think we have a right to ask those who speak out and make themselves public, what have you contributed to this society? I'm not asking you this, that, or that. In your career, in your life, what have you done? You didn't do what Ted Williams did. And I can go down a whole list of athletes. And by the way, white and black and brown. I can go down a whole list of athletes. Unfortunately, most of them are not modern athletes. This generation of athletes, which are spoiled like no other athletes, like none others, which are wealthy like no other athletes in American history, none others. Now, you know, many of you may not have agreed with Muhammad Ali. Actually, I'll tell you what's interesting. Muhammad Ali and I became quite friendly. I was chief of staff to the Attorney General, Ed Meester, in the Reagan administration. And Muhammad Ali would call me from time to time. Have I ever told this story, Mr. Producer? He would call me from time to time. As you know, he was a practicing Muslim. He was very upset about pornography in this country. And the Attorney General and the President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, they had a program in place that was really focused not just on pornography, but child pornography, which is a huge problem in this country. Huge problem. And the Attorney General was mocked about, oh, look at this, here's a pornography committee. This is what the left and the media do. Well, one of the people who was very, very supportive of this and wanted to know what he could do to help and wanted to focus on this was Muhammad Ali. And he would call me, actually, for a period of time quite often. And when his Parkinson's got very, very bad, obviously he stopped calling. But he would call me and ask me about the progress in this area, what could he do, told us to fight on despite the press. And I would pass this on to the Attorney General. In fact, I have a photograph of him with his, you know, in the ring, and he drew a boxing ring, you know, with his own pen, and wrote a very, very nice little note to me, and then joked about, don't you ever think you could beat me and get in the ring with me?
Well done out there.
And I was
The
told it
money's
took
in the
him
bank.
an hour and a half to write that. Why am I bringing this up? Muhammad Ali wasn't like Malcolm Jenkins or LeBron James. Muhammad Ali was a pacifist. He believed that's what his faith required. So when he was drafted into the Vietnam War, he said, I'm not going. It was very, very controversial. So he went to prison for several years. Malcolm Jenkins isn't doing anything. LeBron James, they're not going to have a basketball game? Wow, wow! That's amazing. I've never seen anything like that. They're not down for any revolution. They're not down for anything. He's a big get out the vote guy, the Democrat vote. He says people in the inner cities are suppressed from voting. Well, if they're suppressed from voting, it's due to the Democrats who run the cities because they're the ones who are in charge of voting in the cities. Where the precincts are, it's just all incoherent. A slew of athletes who've gone off to war, given up their careers for years at a time. You have Ali who went to jail, standing up for what he believed. And by the way, Muhammad Ali loved this country. Loved it. And I can't speak for him, but if I had to guess, he would be repulsed by this rioting. Absolutely repulsed. He really was a man of peace. And in an interesting way, when I hear the president speak, and when we used to see Muhammad Ali on TV as a young man, they have the same kind of charisma and brash personality and so forth, and they came under the same kind of attacks.
All right, you should have the details on this car. Bring it to the warehouse and try to look after it.
And Ali, of
We're
course,
charged for
one of the
repairs.
greatest boxers of all time. You know, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac buy or guarantee most U.S. mortgages. And recently they informed leaders that they be charging a 0.5% refi fee, which starts September 1, to protect themselves from higher risks related to the coronavirus pandemic. Now, this could mean mortgage rates may be slightly higher, but they still are very competitive. Meaning, it is still a good time to call American Financing to see what you qualify for as soon as you can. After all, lower rate means hundreds in monthly savings, plus tens of thousands of long-term savings. It's the kind of money you can't miss out on, really, unless you just sit there and don't act. And I want to encourage you, please act. If you want to capture a rate that's still near all-time lows, you need to act fast and call American Financing. They are the best, bar none. There's no pressure, no obligation. It's a family-owned business. And you'll just have a simple conversation about what your requirements and needs are and what your wants are. They'll talk around ways that you can save. Because American Financing mortgage consultants are in it for you. They don't get a commission. So call right now. You've heard me talk about this. Get ready. Go. 888-900-1828. 888-900-1828. 888-900-1828. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
We'll be right back.
Mark Lopin.
I got to tell you about the best money-saving trick you might not know about. You've got to use Honey, the online shopping tool that searches the web for coupon codes and automatically applies the best one it finds to your card. Now, it's not a scheme. It's not unlawful. It's something that's very, very available to you. So let me clarify. Honey's completely free. There's no catch, but it's not too good to be true. Here's how it works. Honey partners with over 30,000 vendors to get you discount promo codes so you'll shop on those websites, which you were going to shop on anyway. They make the sale and you get the best deal every time. It's a win-win. So next time you're shopping online, do it the really smart way with Honey. It'll take you 2 clicks to set up. Again, it costs you nothing. Go to joinhoney.com/Levin to get started. That's joinhoney.com/LEVIN. Then click on Add Honey. Click on Add Honey. That's it. You're set. you could start saving money right away. So that's joinhoney.com/Levin, joinhoney.com/Levin, and then click on Add Honey, and then start your buying on the internet. Al Gore suggests the military will remove Trump from office if he won't concede on election night. Now notice what's going on here. Hillary Clinton says Biden should not concede under any circumstances. Nancy Pelosi intends there to be a long, drawn-out courtroom fight, courtrooms throughout the battleground states because of the mail-in vote, due to the states, not so much the post office, but she is pushing the narrative and positioning it's the post office thanks to Trump. And then Al Gore's out there saying, if Trump doesn't concede on election night, the military's going to go in and remove him. So Biden should fight as long as it takes. Pelosi's going to make sure there's chaos, anarchy, all kinds of litigation in her hopes that we won't know on election night. And then Al Gore says the military should remove Trump on election night. These are sick bastards. These are people who are undermining this country, undermining the public's faith in this election. This is exactly what they're doing. First, they try and stop Trump as a candidate. They literally spy on his campaign, the Obama-Biden administration. They literally lie to the FISA court. So they continue spying on Trump and his campaign through Carter Page, among others. Then they try to set up his people, including Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. They try and set up the President of the United States, the Director of the FBI. In the Oval Office, they're hatching a plot. Obama, Biden, Rice, Yates, Comey. A plot. The Russia collusion plot. They're unmasking Republicans. They're unmasking people in the Trump campaign. Then they managed to pressure, unfortunately, Sessions to recuse himself, then a bureaucrat's name, the Deputy Attorney General, to be the Attorney General for these purposes. And now all of a sudden you have a long-term criminal investigation, which comes up with nothing. Then we get the testimony, thanks to Richard Grinnell, that's released the secret, under oath testimony of virtually all the key people in the Obama administration saying there is no Russia collusion. The whole thing was a lie. We have an effort by the FBI to use the 25th Amendment to remove the President of the United States. We must sabotage election night. We must sabotage the vote. We'll have the media behind us like we did with the phony Russia issue, like we did with the phony criminal investigation, like we did with the leaks about the FISA court. We will have the media behind us. Under no circumstances can he be declared a winner on election night. Even if he's in the lead, we challenge him and we blame him on the post office. We go after the mail-in vote, as we've done all over the country. We've used it to take defeat and use it as victory. This is what they're doing. And so just listen to them. Hillary Clinton, Biden, don't concede under any circumstances. So he's not going to accept a loss. Pelosi, this is how we'll do it. Overwhelm the system in the states, blame the post office, Trump runs it, and say Trump did this, litigate. Even if he's behind, we'll claim that we won despite his sabotage efforts. And if we're behind, we'll claim he has sabotaged the election. And Al Gore, well, if Trump dares to challenge any of the mail-in voting, the military needs to go. The military needs to go in and remove him. The Democrat Party is no longer a patriotic American party. It is a vile, diabolical party run by vile, diabolical people. I'll be right back.
From the Westwood One Podcast Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, this final hour of the podcast is sponsored exclusively by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now over 2 million conservative members strong, AMAC believes in and stands up for the values that we care about: faith, family, and freedom. Thank you for listening, and please support AMAC. And you can become a member at amac.us.
Somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin. Our number, 877-381-3811. Warning, I don't know that I'll get the calls today. I'll make up for it next week. 877-381-3811. You know, Carter Page has been out there for several years. He's been out there for several years because he was an early target of the Obama administration, which tried to use him to get to the President of the United States, which tried to use him to conduct a coup against the President once he was elected, and honestly tried to frame him. And so he really was for a period of time, not physically a political prisoner, but the effect is the same when you're targeted by your own government. And he has a magnificent new book out called Abuse and Power, How an Innocent American Was Framed in an Attempted Coup Against the President. Carter Page, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Mark. Great to be with you.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you, by radio, of course. Now, let's kind of start at the beginning. We don't have all night, but let's start at the beginning. Give us a little bit of your background, and then how you got caught up in this, and when you first realized you were caught up in this.
Well, really the background, Mark, is, and it really follows along well with your book, Unfreedom of the Press, because I first started getting caught up in it in September of 2016. I was a junior, unpaid volunteer for the trying to support the first Trump campaign in 2016. And unfortunately, I started getting calls over the months prior, New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. And I'm wondering, why are all these big news organizations contacting me? It turns out the DNC and their operatives had hired some opposition research people to dig up dirt, if you will, on then-candidate Trump and all of his supporters. So, and the fact that as for my background prior to being a Trump campaign supporter, I had served in the U.S. Navy. I had worked in business, and I also had done a lot of deals in Russia, investment banking deals, helping the privatization and helping Russia come into the free market economy.
And let me just say this, Carter, so people understand. This was encouraged by the United States government for a period of time because the old Soviet Union had collapsed. We wanted Russia to transition into a capitalist economic system, more of a democratic or representative type government. So your activity in Russia, this was the sort of thing that was encouraged after the Iron Curtain fell, correct?
That's absolutely right. And I was also inspired by your old boss, Mark. When I was growing up in Our Lady of Lourdes High School in upstate New York, I watched President Reagan in his nuclear arms control negotiations with the Soviets and the change that he had on the world. And not only from a national security standpoint in terms of future improvements to U.S. foreign policy and global foreign policy, but also the economic development for these emerging markets regions. So, and your prior administration during the Reagan administration was really on the front lines of that, and it was an inspiration for me, and it was something that I wanted to do. I mean, I was a Eagle Scout, Catholic altar boy, and had done really well in high school, and so I decided that I wanted to volunteer, and I was nominated to the U.S. Naval Academy and started there in right towards the end of the Cold War era.
So here you are, a patriotic young man, a patriotic older man. You're conducting your business, nothing nefarious going on, and you're getting calls from the New York Times and the Washington. What are they calling you about?
Well, I keep getting these ridiculous false allegations asking about meetings with Russian oligarchs who are under U.S. sanctions. people that were in these crazy allegations that I may somehow be involved in the hack against the DNC in 2016. All just completely out to lunch. And I'm wondering, where are they getting these same allegations? And sure enough, I knew, and I had worked with the U.S. intelligence community for many decades, going back to my years in the Navy, and I had a few contacts in the intelligence community, and they told me, well, the Democrats have hired these foreign agents to dig up dirt on then candidate Trump, and so, and you know, given the fact that I was a supporter and I had some background in Russia, I realized immediately that was the source.
So the Democrat Party or the Hillary campaign are through straw men like law firms and so forth, are the ones actually in touch with foreigners trying to dig up dirt on Trump. And your name pops up because you, as you said, you've done some deals with Russians. But you also had an association with our intelligence agencies, correct?
Yes. And I never, just for professional reasons, I never wanted to talk about that. But with the investigations related to the election interference by the Obama-Biden administration and the Democrat Party, it was eventually revealed by the U.S. Department of Justice Inspector General in a massive FISA abuse report last year in December of 2019 that, yes, it was revealed that I had supported and worked with the U.S. intelligence community, including the CIA, for many years.
And yet you were one of the main subjects of the first FISA application and 3 subsequent FISA applications to justify, in large measure,
Okay, the vehicle's been
spying
let to a
not just
photographer
on
for
you,
the day.
but
Get
presumably
past
through the
security,
back
get
door
the car, and bring
early
it in.
on the Trump campaign, the Trump transition, and I guess Trump world, correct?
Absolutely, and that's, again, only part of the story has come out thus far. I mean, again, the huge breaking news report last December with the Inspector General report. Unfortunately, you know, it only gives one side of the story because it's based on a series of interviews with 100 people who were involved in the FISA abuse, right? So it's, you know, largely Democrat-leaning people, former DOJ officials and current DOJ officials, who were acting against then-candidate Trump and into throughout the initial year, at least, of his early administration.
Now, when did you come to realize what was being done to you and how you were being used?
Well, I kept getting these clues. Again, I had access to the intelligence community, and a few people had mentioned it to me that they had hired foreign spies from London for this international election interference to dig up dirt against President Trump. But so after all these calls from major news outlets, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, CNN, etc., they really, no one was willing to print that. And then finally, on September 23rd, 2016, there's this big report by Yahoo News. And that was part of the basis for the initial FISA warrant and all the subsequent FISA warrants against me, this defamatory news report. And so eventually these FISA warrants are filed in October of 2016, just in the weeks leading up to the 2016 election.
And we know now, of course, that a top FBI lawyer lied about your association with the CIA, having contacted the CIA to determine what that was, and that was included, his lie, as a basis for getting this FISA warrant, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And again, there's just so much more to this story. Believe it or not, and it's not talked about in August 2020, just a couple of weeks ago when the charging document was filed against Kevin Kleinsmith. But I had a long series of interrogations by the FBI in the midst of all this Russia hysteria throughout the entire month of March 2017. And so the FBI counterintelligence agents I was meeting with, they put, my lawyer wanted to talk to the FBI, so they said, well, we'll put you in touch with an FBI lawyer. And sure enough, that individual was Kevin Kleinsmith. And so, there was, we had a lot of direct ties with him. And unfortunately, perhaps one of the saddest things about this is, despite the dishonesty, which you're referring to in terms of this charging document from a couple of weeks ago, the even worse thing, in my personal view, is I was informing him of all these death threats that I was getting based on these false media reports. And unfortunately, apparently they did nothing, because I informed he and my lawyer, both of us were in touch with him in early April 2017. And nonetheless, these, number one, the false reports keep coming, and number two, the death threats and kind of terror threats kept coming at least until October that year, so over a half a year later.
Were you ever brought before a grand jury?
Yes, and I get into that in detail.
And that's frightening, isn't it?
I actually, it was just so preposterous. I kept and you had mentioned it in your prior segment about how President Trump has fought back, and lesser men would have been broken. I felt that I had to fight back because I knew so much was at stake, and so I always, similar to his approach in terms of not backing down when dishonest people are up against him, I took the very same approach, and I kept a very positive attitude when I was in the grand jury in Washington at the Prettyman Courthouse. And unfortunately, all three of the DOJ Mueller witch hunt team, all three that were in the grand jury with me that Friday, full day of interrogation, they were all Democrat donors, of course.
And they were trying to destroy you, weren't they?
Yes, and also try to catch me in a perjury trap. I mean, they literally, you're not allowed to bring one piece of paper into the grand jury, and they have literally stacks of papers. And this is already after, for over a year, the U.S. government has been collecting all of my information, wiretapping my phones, hacking all of my emails. So they had all the information available, and I have nothing. So it was sort of the ultimate quiz bowl in terms of.
Well, let me just tell you, we barely touched the surface. No American should be treated like you were. No American should be treated like you were. You're a patriot. You're a PhD. You have an MBA. You have a stellar background. You love your country, and they tried to take you down. The FBI tried to take you down. I'm not impressed with these FISA judges at the least. Subsequently, the Mueller team tried to destroy you, and all because you were associated with President Donald Trump and candidate Donald Trump. But this is a story. You've been on TV and radio a lot, but your book really lays it out. It's impossible to lay it out properly on TV and radio. I want to strongly encourage people to get a copy of this, to see what took place by the Obama administration and then the remnants of the Obama administration, the Mueller team and the media. It is a disgusting disgrace. It's called abuse of power, how an innocent American was framed in an attempted coup against the president. I couldn't say it better. Carter Page, you can get this at Amazon.com. Amazon.com, any major bookstore. We're going to post it on Mark Levin Show Facebook, Mark Levin Show Twitter. I want to thank you, my friend, and I'm sorry you had to go through all this. I really am.
Thank you so much for your intellectual intensity and keeping the spotlight on this for the last several years. Mark, I couldn't have done it without strong voices such as yours, so I really appreciate it.
And I hope to meet you someday. And God bless you. All right, we'll be back.
Mark Levin.
AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is one of the fastest growing organizations in America, now over 2 million conservative members strong and I'm one of them. AMAC believes in and stands up for the values that we constitutional conservatives care about. More than talk, AMAC fights. A full-time presence in Washington, AMAC pushes back against reckless spending, disasters like Medicare for All, and the expanding reach of the federal government. And beyond advocacy, joining AMAC gives you access to a wealth of benefits and discounts, including special member-only rates on car insurance, travel discounts, cell phone plans, and a hell of a lot more. And if that's not enough, you'll get AMAC's bi-monthly magazine, full of insightful articles on issues that matter to most of us, we conservatives. As I said, I'm an AMAC member, and you should be too. Join today at amac.us. That's AMAC.us. Stop supporting the liberal agenda that the other 50-plus organization has been pushing for. Join AMAC instead. AMAC.us. It's absolutely stunning. You know, you think you know almost everything that took place. We followed it so closely here. We broke a lot of stories here, and I pulled together a lot of facts here. You really don't. And now Carter Page is free to speak, and you really should read what he has to say. What was done to an honest, innocent, patriotic American citizen by the Obama administration, by Democrats who get in positions of power as FBI agents and prosecutors, by Democrats in the media, it's just shocking. Absolutely shocking. You really need to read this. Abuse and Power by Carter Page, Amazon.com, or go on my social sites and grab a copy. You know, tonight the President of the United States is going to speak, as you know, at the Republican convention later in the evening. And I guarantee you he's going to give a spellwinder. I haven't seen it, I've read it, I haven't heard about it. And I guarantee the left will attack it, and the Democrats will attack it. But I want to encourage you to contact as many family members, friends, colleagues, co-workers, neighbors, you name it, as possible. Go to your email list. Go to your text list, phone numbers, and tell them to watch. After this show, of course, because the president won't speak before it, but after this show, tell them to watch the President of the United States. You can watch him on C-SPAN without all the commentary, if you like, or Fox, of course. But it's very, very important that we get the word out to as many people as possible. And if you know people who are on the fence, or independents, or Democrats, or they're not sure, even more than anybody else, those are the ones you want to listen. Maybe they're your kids. Maybe they're other relatives. Just tell them to listen. Because I don't know what he's going to say, but I bet you it's going to be fantastic. And so the bigger the audience that watches,
after
the
what
bigger
we
the
put into
audience
this
that
one,
listens,
we don't want it to go
the
wrong.
better.
Take the car to the sale,
All
and
right,
if another
folks,
crew comes
I
after
shall
it,
return.
do everything you can to stop them.
AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is one of the fastest growing organizations in America. Now over 2 million conservative members strong, and I'm one of them. AMAC believes in and stands up for the values that we constitutional conservatives care about. More than talk, AMAC fights. A full-time presence in Washington, AMAC pushes back against reckless spending, disasters like Medicare for All, and the expanding reach of the federal government. And beyond advocacy, joining AMAC gives you access to a wealth of benefits and discounts, including special member-only rates on car insurance, travel discounts, cell phone plans, and a hell of a lot more. And if that's not enough, you'll get AMAC's bi-monthly magazine, full of insightful articles on issues that matter to most of us, we conservatives. As I said, I'm an AMAC member, and you should be too. Join today at amac.us. That's AMAC.us. Stop supporting the liberal agenda that the other 50-plus organization has been pushing for. Join AMAC instead. AMAC.us.
Mark Levin, America's mentor of conservatism. Call now at 877-381-3811.
You know, every now and then when I go to Israel, it's a famous thing. My family and I are walking in Tel Aviv, and we bump into a gentleman who is really a terrific guy. He's the former ambassador to the United States from Israel, Michael Oren. How are you, sir?
Good, we're missing you over here, Mark. Yeah,
well, you know, you got that little thing called a quarantine, so I gotta work around that.
You'll give you a nice hotel for 14 days.
Yeah, exactly. Do you remember that? We kind of bumped into you on the street of Tel Aviv. That was very interesting.
Unbelievable. But miracles happen in this country.
Yes. Well, you are, you were a terrific ambassador. You've got your pulse on things that are going on in Israel. And you've written terrific books. I want to get to all of this. First of all, the book's called The Night Archer and Other Stories. You're a novel writer? You're a fiction writer, huh?
I'm also a non-fiction writer. I wrote history books, 6 Days of War, Power Pieces.
By the way, that was a great book, 6 Days of War. Anyway, go ahead.
And but I've also been a fiction writer. I've been a fiction writer since I was a kid. And these stories are stories that I wrote when I was in government. I was a member of Knesset. I was a deputy to Prime Minister Netanyahu. And, you know, like in the United States, you're not supposed to write a book if you're in the White House. You're not supposed to write a book if you're in the Congress. In Israel, you can write, but you can't publish. So every morning I got up early, wrote these more than 50 stories. Everyone's completely different. And there's ghost stories, history stories, and mystery stories, and political stories, of course. And, you know, in the age of Corona, if you want to be entertained, you want to go on an adventure, this is the book for you.
You know, it's interesting. I write a lot of nonfiction books. It takes time. I could never write a fiction. I think it's harder to write. What do you think?
I think it comes from a completely different part of your brain. I think I can sit down and write 2 hours of fiction and go right into nonfiction, right into history, right off my head, and it doesn't affect it at all. It comes from a different place, and it comes from a very deep place. And I always say the stories, I don't think of these stories sort of think of me, they come to me, and I have actually no choice but to write them. And I always have the same reaction. Every time I get an inspiration to write one of the stories, my first reaction is, you know, I can't possibly write that. It's too much out of the box. And you sit down and you do it. And it's not easy, but it's very, very rewarding.
That's because both sides of your brain working. Only one side of my brain is working. All right, I have a couple of questions for you.
Please.
This U.S. deal that was worked out with Israel and UAE and maybe other Arab countries, this really is historic, isn't it?
Oh, it's a total breakthrough. It's not a breakthrough. It completely undermines all of the assumptions of what we call the peace industry. And you know the peace industry market. It's the media, it's the universities, it's those think tanks in Washington. They've had assumptions about the peace process that go back 30 years, 50 years, even 70 years to Israel's creation. And what were they? First of all, to make peace between Israel and the Arabs, Israel had to give up something, had to give up land. You know, back in the 50s, it was expected that Israel would give up the entire Negev desert, 62% of the country. And then we had to give up the West Bank, you had to give up Gaza, you had to give up Jerusalem, you had to give up something. Along comes this agreement, Israel gives up absolutely nothing. And it gets peace, it gets complete peace. The other assumption was that the core of all Middle Eastern conflicts, you know, the Shiites, the Sunnis, the Syrians, the Iraqis, the core conflict is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. If you solve that conflict, you solve all the other conflicts in the Middle East. Amazing. They actually thought this. And it was amazing after 2011, after the Arab Spring.
Okay, we did it. That one's going on the balance sheet.
Clearly, Israeli-Palestinian conflict was the cause of the Syrian civil war, but they still thought this was the peace industry. And then the core of that conflict was the Israeli settlements, Jerusalem. And if Israel had settlements, you couldn't make peace. Well, guess what? Israel didn't uproot a single settlement in this peace agreement.
Hey, I know we got that other thing. You're still working on that, right? Great. Okay, well, I've got something else. Something so big and so secret. We've got to hide it under 1,000 tons of reinforced concrete. Buy an ex-government facility on Maze Bank, and I'll meet you over there. This will make any bank job we can pull look like small fry.
They didn't get punished for it. They got rewarded for it. They got an embassy in Washington. They got money for UNRWA and other Palestinian agencies. This time, the Palestinians leave the table, and they get punished. They get punished again and again and again. And the irony of it is, and we're not being the least bit surprised, in the next couple of weeks, we begin to hear that the Palestinians are willing to come back to the table, because now they're not being rewarded anymore. So it's a stunning breakthrough. And it's the last word is the wedding, with a D, double D, of the most innovative country in the world, which is Israel, with one of the wealthiest countries in the world. this thing's going to be absolutely transformative for the entire world.
And I hear there's other countries that are likely to join in. You hear that too?
Yeah, sure. And in Washington, I had contacts with all these countries, with their embassies, usually with their foreign ministers. They wanted to make peace back then. Now they have a precedent. I wouldn't be surprised to hear from the Omanis, from the Bahrainis, from the Sudanese in the next couple of weeks.
By the way, the book is The Night Archer and Other Stories. Well, tell us about The Night Archer.
Well, The Night Archer is one story in this book. It's published by a new press called Wicked Sun. And Wicked Sun is the press run by Adam Bellow. You may remember his father, Saul Bellow.
Oh, yes.
Nobel Prize winner. And
by the way, I remember Adam Bellow, too.
And Adam's the best.
Yeah, he's very good.
Great editor. And, we aspire to create cutting-edge fiction. And it's fiction that's going to, I think Mark is going to make some ripples. Why? Because in an era in which writers are forced to write less and less, right? They can't, if you're a certain color or a certain religion or a certain, sexual orientation, you only write about what you are and not go out of those bounds. This book sort of breaks all of that. And I believe that writing is about freedom. I think that is the essence of writing. It enables us to imagine ourselves being somewhere else, someplace else, in different circumstances. And this book I view as sort of a declaration of independence, of freedom. And it's intensely important for me, and I think my readers will have a great journey with it.
So there's books within the book, really. And how long did it take you to put this together? Because obviously there are different stories in the book.
A couple of years, certainly. But I drew on different experiences. I've been blessed by having a varied life. As you know, I was a diplomat, I was a politician, a historian. I was a soldier for many years. I was in several wars. I've been a father and a husband and a grandfather now several times over, wonderful grandkids. So I can draw on all those different experiences to write a war story. And write a war story for someone who's actually been there. I have stories about the political world of Washington and injuries in Washington. I've been there. I had a strange episode of my life. I worked in Hollywood. Believe it or not, I was Orson Welles' assistant for a while. You remember the Paul Masson wine commercials?
Yeah, of course.
No wine before it's time?
Yep.
I held the cue cards for that.
By the way, was he a nice guy?
He was a terrible man.
No.
He cursed everybody. I was so afraid he was going to curse me, and I was in charge of cutting his cigars and helping him on and off with his cape, which weighed more than I did.
He's a big fella.
Big fella. Not a nice guy. But anyway, the Paul Masson wine commercial. And so I have stories about Hollywood. I draw on all these different experiences throughout my life. And again, it's that act of freedom and that sense of delirious freedom that I want to impart to my readers.
You sound so excited about your book, so engaged with your book. It's like a child, isn't it?
It is, and it is very much like a child because you curse it for days, and you want to tear your hair out. Another day you just want to embrace it, say thank you to God and inspiration for making the book possible. But at the end of the day, it's you, and it's a very essential part of you that you're showing the world, and it's a very special and intimate experience.
So how many stories are in this book?
54.
54. And how long is the book? I don't have it in front of me.
The book is dated up about 300 pages. Some of these stories are only a page and a half. It's interesting. I spent a good chunk of my life in the Army. I'm a reserve major. I was a paratrooper. I participated in civil wars and operations. And then some people go through war, that's all they ever write about. You remember James Jones? He wrote about World War II over and over again.
Right.
And I have one story about war that's about a page and a half. But in that page and a half is everything I went through. And everything I've learned in combat. So it's very intense. One thing I love about short story writing is it's the discipline. I always call it the haiku fiction, because a novelist, you get 300 pages to tell a story. In a short story, writer has 2 and 3 pages. And so you've got to have plot and character and dialogue and drama. I mean, that's discipline. And I love the discipline.
It takes more work, more brain power, people need to understand, to write something that's short and concise than to just write something that's long. Because you don't really have to... Yeah, exactly.
It's always been any type of writing. And so again, it is really like that haiku. And every single word, I would go as far as say every single letter in that short story counts.
Well, I want my audience to give this a try. Go on Amazon.com, get a copy of The Night Archer and other stories. You can hear Michael Orton. You can hear how excited he is. You can hear how sharp he is. The creativity and so forth. His background is really varied and quite exceptional. So Michael Oren's book, The Night Archer and Other Stories, we will link to this on Mark Levin Show Facebook, Mark Levin Show Twitter. You can go directly to Amazon as well. You can enjoy it because you can read one story at a time, or you can read them all, whatever you want. Michael, I want to thank you. I much appreciate you coming on.
My pleasure. Be well. Be healthy.
You too. God bless. He's a very unique gentleman, very, very smart guy, and I think you're going to love this book. I don't normally talk about fiction, but this is multiple stories within one book, and it's kind of fun to read fiction. It's kind of fun. Sometimes you got to pull away from all this heavy-duty stuff. And now's a great time to get the book. You can enjoy it over the long holiday weekend that's coming up. It's Michael Oren, the author, former ambassador to the United States from Israel, The Night Archer, and Other Stories. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is one of the fastest growing organizations in America. Now over 2 million conservative members strong, and I'm one of them. AMAC believes in and stands up for the values that we constitutional conservatives care about. More than talk, AMAC fights. A full-time presence in Washington, AMAC pushes back against reckless spending, disasters like Medicare for All, and the expanding reach of the federal government. And beyond advocacy, joining AMAC gives you access to a wealth of benefits and discounts, including special member-only rates on car insurance, travel discounts, cell phone plans, and a hell of a lot more. And if that's not enough, you'll get AMAC's bi-monthly magazine, full of insightful articles on issues that matter to most of us, we conservatives. As I said, I'm an AMAC member, and you should be too. Join today at amac.us. That's AMAC.us. Stop supporting the liberal agenda that the other 50-plus organization has been pushing for. Join AMAC instead. AMAC.us. Yes, it's very easy to laugh at Joe Biden, even while he's hiding in the comfort of his basement. Yes, he's a daily gaffe machine who can't string 3 words together and come up with an original idea or thought. So it's painfully obvious that Biden is nothing more than a Trojan horse for the Democrats' radical agenda. If he wins this November, America is in very, very serious trouble. The left will become even more unleashed, radical. Will fundamentally transform this country into a place we won't be able to recognize. And I believe the streets will become even more dangerous, with even more riots. All right. I was out last Friday and the Friday before for work. But coming tomorrow, I will not be back until next Thursday, because that's time I'm taking off to visit family to make sure things are as they need to be. And so I will be here back on the radio next Thursday. Next Thursday, we have some of our great substitute hosts who will be here. I wanted to make sure the Republican convention was over. I wanted to make sure I took this time that I need to take before the real kick into the general election, and then we will be plowing ahead as we always do here. I take off less time, pretty much, than any other major host in America, and I do that for a reason, because I love what I do, and because I don't do vacations very well. But I do need to visit some family. I do need to get certain things done, like every other person who listens to this program. And back next Thursday, we'll be ready to rock and roll. Same with TV. I will not be doing Levin TV.
Welcome to the Criminalia podcast. I'm Holly Fry. And opposed to psychic powers and government conspiracies, history is riddled with unexplained events. You can turn back now, or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. A production of iHeartRadio.
Hello, welcome back to the show. My name is Matt. My name is Noel.
They call me Ben. We are joined, as always, with our super producer, Alexis, codename Doc Holiday Jackson. Most importantly, you are here, and that makes this stuff they don't want you to know. This is our weekly listener mail segment, where we hear directly from the most important part of this show, you and your fellow listeners. So we've got a grab bag here today of some pretty crazy stuff. We've got some celebrity conspiracies. We've got some some geographical conspiracies, you could call them. And then, of course, we've got an interesting question about COVID-19. Perhaps we should go in reverse order of that list today. COVID-19. You may have heard of it recently. It's been in the news a time or two, and we've had a lot of questions coming in about COVID-19 and coronavirus on the show.
And here is one such question from a member of the public.
Hey, Matt and Noel, whoever ends up listening to this voicemail. Sorry for the wind. I'm out on a walk while I'm listening. I was just listening to the coronavirus update a little late, I know, but this is just a take and all that. And I was thinking about how my fiance and I are about 70% sure, maybe 80% sure that we got COVID-19 in middle of February. And I've been seeing a lot recently about whether or not it was in America before America wants to talk about it. Anyways, nice to talk to you, I guess. Bye.
Yeah, this is a question that I think we've been hearing a lot, not only from folks writing into the show, but also me personally, at least. It's been something that I've encountered in my regular life and even my personal life. I have a very, very dear friend who I believe, Ben, you have met, my good friend Harry, who is someone who used to run a record store in the town where I grew up and just turned me on to all kinds of cool music, and he's been just kind of a fixture in my life for a very long time. He's a little older than us, and he got sick to the point where he was kind of on death's door. And it was something that he couldn't put his finger on. He had no idea what it was. It was a respiratory thing. It was a dry cough. It was fatigue. It was literally he couldn't get out of bed. And he doesn't have health insurance. And so he kind of just had to wait it out. And he lost all this weight, and then it just kind of was gone. And, the only thing he can figure, and this was in December, the only thing he can figure is that it was COVID before, it was acknowledged that it was around. I have several other friends who have said the same thing, that they got really sick in, mid-February or a little later in February, even early February, or even as early as January. And, was that COVID? The official story that, is what's being put forth in terms of the government response is that it arrived in Washington State at the end of February. There is another story, a New York Times article from May 15th by Mike Baker, when did the coronavirus arrive in the U.S., kind of goes through sort of the evidence and reviews it. There was a death in San Jose that was associated with the coronavirus in early February, and that, at the time of this article, was thought to have kind of been the impetus for a search for how that person was exposed. But correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but I believe the official story remains that it wasn't in the United States until it hit Seattle at the end of February.
Well, far be it for me to be conspiratorial here, but I tend to, in cases like this, where the science often takes a backseat to media portrayals and to political aims of those in power, or should I say those responsible for doing their jobs, I still read the papers and outlets of note, but I go first to scientific journals and first to the state-supported reports from institutions. So one of the things that kind of swigs me out about this is that the CDC was reporting a narrative that wasn't as widely reported in some of the mainstream outlets. I'm specifically thinking about a morbidity and mortality weekly report, that's a cheerful title there, from the CDC on June 5th, 2020, where they found evidence for limited early spread of COVID-19 within the U.S. from January to February of 2020. Short and dirty, unless you want to read the whole report, the first cases of what's called non-travel related COVID-19 in the U.S. were confirmed on February 26th and 28th of this year, respectively. The reason that's important is because that all but confirms community transmission was already occurring because, again, these are the cases that were caught. And to your point, Noel, I don't know about you guys, but I've been retroactively looking at many friends who had a mysterious respiratory ailment in, say, January or something, or February, and thought, and, most of whom insisted, even after the news of COVID broke, that they had something different. Without antibody tests or without a positive COVID test, we can only speculate. But Charlie, what's fascinating here is that the CDC appears to confirm your suspicions. COVID-19 was likely in the U.S. earlier than was originally thought.
Is that not the confirmed case from January 20th of 2020? That was actually reported to CDC on January 22nd?
The report that I'm mentioning, again, is talking about non-travel related COVID-19, which occurred on February 26th and 28th. So the January one may be a report of travel-related COVID. The only difference, obviously, is that the two cases in late February that were confirmed were occurring in people who had not traveled very much at all, much less internationally. So the only way that they could have gotten or contracted COVID-19 is if it came to them, which is a huge distinction. To the January point, it makes sense that the transfer would have hit international travelers first, especially because serious questions remain about when exactly coronavirus broke out in China.
Yeah, I was reading, just to add on to all those dates that we've been talking about, I was reading about a woman who was in the Bay Area of around San Francisco, 57-year-old woman named Patricia Dowd, who passed away on February 6th. And it was unknown how she died originally, but after doing some testing on her via the coroner, they found out that she actually had coronavirus. So that means if she died on February 6th, she likely had it in January in San Francisco. So just to add on to that, it does feel like you guys are saying, like the evidence is showing that it was much earlier than we, I guess, initially believed.
But to your point, Ben, I mean, there's a reasoning behind steering this narrative. And different governments in different parts of the world have handled it much, much differently, from one another, both rhetorically and in terms of the response. Because as a country of the United States, it is not in our best interest or the best interest of our leaders to lean into, it was here this early and CDC knew and they told us and we didn't do anything about it. Because, whatever your political leanings are, I think it's hard to ignore the fact that our government didn't do a great job of rushing in headlong and acknowledging the severity of this problem. When I was in New York City, right before things really hit the fan in terms of the acceptance of, okay, this is a real deal, it was right before, sheltering in place happened, maybe a week or two before, and a good friend of mine, a friend of the show, Matt Riddle, who you guys both know, he was telling me how this was going to go. He was already looking at researchers that were studying how it was spreading in China and just the exponential nature of it. He drew me a chart on a napkin, and that was just like, oh, come on, that's a bit extreme. Surely people will do a good job and not sneeze on each other. But no, he was absolutely right. He was already stocked up on hand sanitizer and ready for the long haul. But at that point, our government had not fully accepted that yet. So the fact that a dude that I know in New York drew me a map of exactly how this was going to go, and it was exactly that way, but yet our government couldn't accept it and start getting into testing early. That's a little bit annoying.
Well, I would say another piece of evidence, which I talked about on the show Strange News Daily, and may have mentioned here on Stuff They Don't Want You to Know, can be found in the insider trading accusations that have landed on the shoulders of no less than 4 members of Congress. The evidence is, I won't say watertight, I won't say 100%, but the evidence is incredibly compelling that at least some members of Congress knew about the threat before it hit the news, and not only did they use that knowledge to make bank in the stock market, but they did it while they were telling their constituents that everything was fine, that the sky was not falling, that life could continue per normal. So clearly it hit beforehand. Even if we don't have all the questions about the genesis of COVID-19 in China, we do have evidence that, like quantitative evidence, that people in power, the first to hear the news of the threat and to take it seriously, decided to enrich themselves at the expense of the public. And again, to your point, Noel, that's not something that goes along the convenient lines of political divide. That's just people being greedy and not treating other people like human beings.
You know, they say money talks. I mean, that is a reaction that you can trace. You know what people's motivations are. You're not going to do something like move your money around unless you are acting on some good intel. Like in the way that it was done in these situations. I mean, people move their money around for all kinds of reasons. But, yeah. Do you have any specifics on who or what kinds of deals were done?
Sure. One example that would be familiar to a lot of our fellow listeners in the southeast of the U.S. and in Georgia specifically is Senator Kelly Loeffler. This is a Republican senator in Georgia, but this also includes accusations against people like Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein or Jim Inhofe in Idaho. Originally, Richard Burr from North Carolina was also publicly identified. As of now, the investigations against these senators, against 3 of them, against Inhofe, Feinstein, and Loeffler, appear to be closed, but the criminal investigation of Richard Burr, as of late June at least, was still continuing. The FBI actually seized that man's mobile phone. This gets really tricky. We've talked about the U.S. Congress's existing conflicts of interest when it comes to insider trading, and we've talked about various attempts of varying efficiency to try to nip that in the bud or plug the loopholes in the laws. But I feel like that, I know that's a little bit different from what you're talking about here, Charlie, but I feel like that is really strong evidence that for 2 things. First, COVID-19 likely did arrive in the contiguous United States before people were told it did. Secondly, at least some people knew it was coming and decided not to share that information, or at the very least to minimize it. Now, does that mean that there was an active kind of large-scale conspiracy? Not necessarily, because just like any epidemiologist or anybody studying something while it's occurring, there's a bit of a fog of war. We have uncertainty, and uncertainty does not necessitate conspiracy, but my personal opinion, Congress is dirty.
Yeah, I got no argument with you there.
Yeah, I can go with that.
Well, why don't we take a quick break, and then we'll come back with some more messages from you.
You down with black hair? You down with abolishing the prison industrial complex? You down with puppies? Who isn't down with puppies? You'd be surprised. We're the comedy group Obama's Other Daughters, and we're inviting you to come kick it with us on our podcast called You Down?
We're bringing you the same fun vibe we served during our improv shows in LA, only in podcast form.
Check in with us as we discuss everything going on in the culture and have the nerve to give our unexpert opinions to a lucky listener.
Whether it's embarrassing hair stories or comedy fails.
We might even talk about ghosts.
Listen to You Down on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You Down?
What if we reimagine the word citizen not as a weapon to divide us, but as a verb inviting us all to wield our collective power? Pretty dope, huh? In this time of pandemic and revolution, you may find yourself frustrated at high levels of corruption and inequality, at our inability to get basic things done, at the persistence of systemic racism. You are not alone. I'm Baratunde Thurston. I've produced for The Daily Show, advised the Obama White House, and screamed way too much at my screens. Now, I've made a show for us. In it, we highlight people mobilizing their communities, having an impact on some of the biggest challenges we face. We offer you ways to get involved, and we remind you that we, the people, have the collective power to change how our society works and for whom. Listen to How to Citizen with Baratunde on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
And we're back. All right, everyone, we are going to head over to email for this message from Jay. We're just going with the letter J. He sent us a message, and this is what he said. If this stuff is annoying to see, just let me know. Then he pasted 7 excellent links to stories, and they were all excellent, Jay. He says 7 is an esoteric number, so I'll stop there. I have no idea if any of this is true or not, but I don't like the way this email app is trying to predict my sentences. I think these may make cool episodes, if anything. Ben's my favorite intellectual superhero right now. Amazing. It's a good choice, Jay. Good choice. So we're going to follow one of Jay's leads. It was a story he shared about Gibraltar and the large rock that sits atop it, or I guess is it, or a part of it. So let's talk about where Gibraltar is, what it is. If you look at a map of Spain, you will see a little section towards this, actually at the south tip, basically, you will find Gibraltar. And it is right there on the Alboran Sea, and it's right where the Atlantic is on one side, essentially, and Alboran Sea on the other. Tangier is not directly across from it, but you'll see Morocco in Africa directly across from this thing called the Strait of Gibraltar. And it's a fairly, let's say, relatively small area of water between Spain and Morocco. Now, this is a very, very important place, this area right there, the Strait of Gibraltar, because it is the way that you can enter into the Mediterranean Sea from the Atlantic. And if you can imagine, over the course of several world wars and other large-scale battles that have occurred for hundreds of years, you could use these areas around Tangier, around Gibraltar, all along that strait there to basically look to see what enemy ships are doing, to help coordinate with, if you're talking about navies, to help coordinate with ships that would be on your side if you're, let's say, a large military or something, or a navy. And the Rock of Gibraltar is a mountain, essentially, that juts out at Gibraltar there, right at the very tip. And the story we're going to talk about today has to do with the fact that this large rock is filled with holes and tunnels and places for people to travel and exist. And during World War II, the Rock of Gibraltar was utilized a ton. There are all these tunnel systems within there and all kinds of different infrastructure that's built into it, where you could have hospitals, you could have places to eat, places to have people stay and house people. And during World War II, it was used as essentially a fortress to do exactly what we're talking about, to watch any oncoming ships, to see movements of enemies and anything like that. And there is one particular story, a spy story basically, about a use that Gibraltar could have had if the Nazi Party had invaded that area of Spain and taken over the Rock of Gibraltar. I know I'm kind of going on a long walk here, guys.
No, dude, I don't know much about the history of this. This is fascinating.
So during World War II, in the 1940s, the British military was using this Rock of Gibraltar as a fortress. They had, lots and lots of people stationed there, lots and lots of listening devices, all kinds of spycraft is occurring around there, and military people at the ready to fight if they needed to. And the secret plan had to do with if the Nazis in fact invaded and took over that large rock, the fortress itself, right? So they put together a top secret plan called Operation Tracer. Now this is fascinating stuff. So it's a large, let's just say it's a large mountain filled with holes and tunnels that you can go into. You'd imagine that there would be some secret ones, right? Well, there was in fact one major secret area. It was fairly small, and it was kept secret for a long, long time.
How long?
So what? Well, since World War II, it's over 60 years. So the plan was to have a very small space that included a water system that could filter water through, a place to bathe, a place for, I think, 6 people to live and stay. A very small cave area within this rock. And what they were going to do, if the Nazis invaded and took over, they would get sealed in to this area, to this part of the Rock of Gibraltar. And they had radio equipment in there and some other signals intelligence equipment. And they would monitor the activities of the Nazis as they were inhabiting the mountain fortress that they were inside of, buried in, basically. And they had supplies to stay there for an entire year. There were several contingency plans for them to possibly stay in there for up to 3 years, possibly 7 years. Of course, having to do some kind of communication to the outside to actually get supplies, because they would have only had enough supplies initially for 1 year. Now, thankfully, this full-on sealing into the mountain plan never had to get enacted. But there were 6 men that were chosen to actually go into this cave and run operations there as part of spycraft, essentially, for British intelligence. And you can actually go now to the Rock of Gibraltar and see this place. It's called the Stay Behind Cave. Now, there are only 30 people a year allowed to go into this rock and actually tour the Stay Behind Cave, and that's probably changed with COVID restrictions.
Yeah. Why that few? Like, do they have to have some kind of clearance or something? Like, that's such a low number.
I honestly don't know why it's restricted so much. Maybe it's like, the line outside of a really exclusive club. We can only let in 30 people at a time.
Velvet rope of Gibraltar.
Well, maybe it also may be possibly due to safety concerns, because this outfit, there are miles of tunnels throughout the area, and for anybody who's been involved in recreational spelunking, you know that if you visit something like the Mammoth Caves, or even something like Ruby Falls, just over the border from Georgia and Tennessee, that there are occasionally areas of a cavern system that are considered unsafe for non-professionals. But I don't know, man. Maybe the mundane answer is funding. Maybe they just don't want to put the money into making the entire thing safe. This is startling. It's surprising that it's not in the news more often, I guess. There's a lot of stuff happening anyway, so it's not surprising maybe that it's not featured more prominently. But this was such a secret, from what I understand, that the guy who came up with it, Rear Admiral John Henry Godfrey, if that's correct, he was afraid to have meetings in government installations about this. So when it was finding those 6 spies, he just had them over at his house on the pretense of a non-work hangout, which is really the way you want to do stuff. And these guys were not living in luxury. Instead of a tub, if you look at the map of what is essentially their fallout shelter, it's constructed like one of those. They have a wash pit.
Yeah, they do.
Which is not the best name.
It was not the best name. They also put cork on the floor, like cork tiles, so that they could mask their own footsteps while they're in a giant mountain fortress. You'd think that wouldn't be such an issue, but I suppose it absolutely would. Any sounds. It's crazy. But the 6 men that did go in, they were undercover for, I think, 2.5 years, maybe, or at least several of them were. And they were in the rock. They weren't necessarily sealed in, I don't believe, but they were there operating in that stay-behind cave, or I suppose.
And there are a couple of procedural concerns if they did implement this policy. First off, talk about commitment. We always hear about people being willing to die for their country, but how about being willing to be buried alive with a very slight chance of getting out? One big loophole in this, which is difficult, is that we know, given the geographic importance of the rock, I love that you call it the rock, Matt. It makes it sound so much cooler.
Not that the rock.
Not that the rock.
Or that the rock.
Yes. Neither Sean Connery nor Dwayne, unfortunately, are involved in this. But one big loophole here is that they were, from what I understand, planning to seal the ingress with cement. And sealing it with cement, unless you're very clever about it, would be a dead giveaway that there's something worth digging up, especially if you are a Nazi party that has just conquered such an important area. You're going to expect there to be something behind, whether it's a radio outfit hidden in someone's attic in a neglected neighborhood, or whether it's something on this level, which is amazing. And you know what? Maybe the reason only 30 people are allowed to tour a year is because there are still ongoing operations in the subterranean areas of the rock, and maybe they have to maybe it's seasonal, right? I'd be interested to see that up to 30 people a year thing. Does that only happen during 4 months of the year, the way a derecho occurs?
2 days.
2 days.
15 people every day for 2 days.
And maybe the rest of the year, there are people working in the area.
Yeah, there's a different group of spies that are in there. Actually, most of the time they're using it. It's a shared use space.
Oh, good. It's finally the timeshare secret listening center that we've all loved. Condos are out. Spy HQs are in.
Do you think they have a rumpus room? Is there like a Miss Pac-Man machine, or at least pool tables, bumper pool, foosball?
No.
None of that?
No, they did have a bike that was able to generate electricity, and it also had a fan on it, so it's believed that perhaps this bike that was manually powered would actually be the only source of moving air throughout their system. They did have an observation, what they called slit, where they could see out and into the waters and actually observe ships and all kinds of movements there. There was also one area that you could see out above, just above, but it was very small. And it appears that you could escape, maybe, if you really wanted to, or you had to, maybe with some tools. Pretty creepy. I can't imagine having to be sealed in there for a whole year.
They would have died. Some of them would have died.
Well, that was the whole sealing them in, right? There was a plan to actually cement them in to a separate little part of the chamber if they did die, so they wouldn't be discovered if the secret chamber was discovered.
Yeah, loose soil in the entrance passage. So think about that. That's one of the first things you see if you're one of these 6 spies heading into the HQ. You see the dirt where you may well end up being buried. That is intense.
Well, hey, we're only barely scratching the surface of this one, but maybe we can come back to it and talk about it more, and then eventually, jump into modern deep cover spies, maybe what's going on right now. But for that's it for now, Jay. Thanks so much for writing to us. We'll check out the other links you sent as well. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
And we have returned. Our third piece of listener mail today arrives from Ashley H. Ashley, you wrote to us in regards to something that I had personally never heard about. You said the following. Hey guys, I was curious to see if you had heard the conspiracy surrounding Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington, that they did not commit suicide, but were murdered. Ashley, you go on to explain, apparently before Chris Cornell died, he was the main financial support and producer of a documentary exposing the child sex trafficking industry. And he had gotten Chester, that's Chester Bennington, to also participate with interviews and music for the documentary. The conspiracy is that they were all murdered for producing this documentary. The documentary was canceled not long after Chris Cornell had passed. It was started by Lisa Beam and her fiancé Leroy Moore. She was the only one involved in the project that's apparently still alive and refuses to talk about it. And then, Ashley, you included a link from someone who believes this to be the case. You also noted, I would say it sounds far-fetched, but from what I know about the Epstein BS, I truthfully wouldn't be surprised if this conspiracy was rooted in truth as well. I'm curious what you guys think. So we all know Chris Cornell, Chester Bennington, right? Soundgarden, Linkin Park, Audio Slave. Unfortunately, like many musicians, they left too soon, and they had a struggle toward the end of their life. We've all been able to look at the case laid out here, and it's exactly what Ashley has described, that they were in the midst of working on an explosive, revelatory documentary about child trafficking, one that would, as is so often said, one that would name names, by which we may be specific in terms of what it was describing, the timeline, and the people involved. But before we explore this, I just want to ask, Matt, Noel, is this something that you all had heard of previously?
Not I, no.
Honestly, it's not. I did a little bit of searching for something that's being titled The Silent Children, I believe, documentary that has something to do with Chris Cornell, and I'm honestly not certain if this is about the conspiracy or something that was being produced by Chris Cornell. But you can certainly find a lot of this. If you go down a Reddit rabbit hole, you'll find several posts about this. It seems to be similar to the messaging that's out there on Facebook that Ashley sent to us.
Right, yeah. So I did a little bit of digging as well. One thing that was interesting is that the origin point of this story seems to come from a website called Your News Wire. It seems to date back to 2017. We'll recall that Chester Bennington himself passed away on July 20th, 2017 in California, 2 months after Chris Cornell also passed away. It is true that Bennington and Cornell were friends, and it's also, if we want to throw some more connections on there, it's also true that Bennington took his life on what would have been Chris Cornell's 53rd birthday. So in several ways, the two musicians are linked, but it seems that when you dig into that story reported by Your News Wire, it doesn't quite have the sand that it claims to have. So Palos Verdes, that's where Bennington passed away. The police in Palos Verdes didn't make any of the comments that they were purported to have made in Your News Wire, and the quotes that were attributed to them don't appear in any other news report about the incident. You know, one thing that happens a lot with celebrities when they pass away is that we don't want them to be gone. That's why people still believe that Elvis is running around somewhere, right? That's why people believe for a long time that Tupac Shakur faked his death and possibly immigrated to Cuba, right? In some of these cases, these questions are completely understandable. I still think there was a lot of shady conspiratorial stuff surrounding the death of Tupac Shakur, surrounding the death of Biggie Smalls, but one thing that powers a lot of this speculation in these sorts of cases is going to be the absence of a concrete autopsy report. In the case of Chris Cornell, you can go look at the autopsy report. It was uploaded. It's online. So then the question becomes, is this the real autopsy report? Has it been somehow doctored? Again, I mean, that's a possibility. Like, where's JFK's brain? That's what I keep going back to when someone says, hey, these conspiracies about death are just made up campfire stories.
Well, this is what's known as a high-risk
people's
trade.
body parts
Your
go
buyer
missing.
wants 3 separate drops, and they want you to know
these things do
you're
not get
very
created
likely
out
to
of
need
whole
resistance
cloth.
somewhere along
However,
the way. Resistance?
in this case, it appears that
you out there,
I don't want to say it's completely not true. I don't know what you guys think, but it appears that a lot of the claims that were made in support of this theory are have been disproven.
Yes. So, I have been before a massive fan of DMB. Ye old David Matthewsing bands. And
I never knew this about you, man. I'm never going to be able to look at you the same way again after this.
Well, Carter Beauford, in my opinion, is one of the greatest drummers
He's a fabulous
alive.
drummer.
And
yeah, he's fantastic.
I modeled a lot of what I do after him initially. But also, Leroy Moore, the person supposedly whom started the Silent Children documentary with his wife, I'm assuming it's the same person. That's the only Leroy Moore I know. He's a saxophonist for that band for a time, until he passed away in 2008. Online, I'm seeing a lot of stuff about how Leroy Moore and his wife started this documentary in 2012, 4 years after his passing, so maybe it was done in his name, if the story is true, but I can't find official, not even official reporting. I don't need it to come from New York Times, but I need it to be cited somewhere where Leroy's talking about it, where his wife's talking about it, where somebody's mentioning this documentary, where I need to see something other than a message from a third party or a 12th party, whoever they are, that just says, hey, this is happening. And here's a picture, the meme of 4 people who died by suicide, and they were all working on this documentary because I said so.
Yeah, that's the truth. And I agree. We have to be considerate, and we have to be cognizant of the fact that, again, these are real people. These aren't just names or brands that passed away. There's always the question of whether, with the best of intentions, people are being exploitative or callous when we're spinning tales about someone passing away. And again, when musicians of that prominence pass away so unexpectedly, it makes sense to try to find the logic behind their expiration. Also, Matt, I'm with you. I was into Dave Matthews Band as well. Never close enough to him to use a full initialism, but but I gotta say, I think you know this already. I had these like reoccurring dreams for years and years and years where I'd be at a Dave Matthews concert and the violinist would come out and like just spew vitriol about how he knew he was in the crowd and he hated me, and I would see Justice one day, and still, that's kind of the dream. For a long time, I kind of wanted not a super famous but a semi-famous person to have an inexplicable beef with me.
Well, you should start a beef with Stefan Lassard, bass player of DMB. He was a real young guy when he started, and he was way too young to be able to be playing with those gentlemen. Stefan. So we're starting beef with you. You're too talented and young when you started DMB, so yeah, you're too great.
DMB. Oh, man.
I do want to add, I mean, Chris Cornell's struggle with depression and Chester Bennington's as well, they're pretty well documented. I mean, you know, like from their family members they left behind, they all were pretty openly acknowledging that, yes, their beloved, you know, human was in fact having a struggle with depression and suicidal ideation and stuff. So I don't know. I don't. So I never was super suspicious or anything around that. I mean, there are situations where, you know, like with Epstein, for example, where I think the jury is definitely still out on a very large scale as to whether or not that man killed himself. Being of a certain character, a type of person that would likely go to any length to protect themselves and to skirt the law and to, you know, not be brought to justice, as opposed to someone who suffered from self-doubt and depression. Again, you can't know people in that way, but it does seem like from reading accounts from, you know, the folks that these two gentlemen left behind, that this story does check out.
And of course, as always, if you have evidence that you believe shows there is something more to this story, we would love to hear from you. You can contact us through any number of means, except for apparently Pinterest. You know, but you can also, you can find us on Facebook, you can find us on Twitter, you can find us on Instagram. Who knows, man? Maybe we'll Tumblr, LiveJournal. Maybe we'll start a MySpace. I don't know. Maybe MySpace is coming back. I'm not sure. But we're Conspiracy Stuff on Twitter. We're Here's Where It Gets Crazy on Facebook. We've got some of the best mods in the business. It's where you can see news and stories and suggestions from our fellow listeners. And we're Conspiracy Stuff Show on Instagram, because somehow I think somebody beat us to Conspiracy Stuff. I don't know who they are, but if you're listening, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
I hope you feel really good about yourselves.
I could have just been... I know, yeah. We could have just been to Didwick at all of those places, but I think Conspiracy Stuff is the way to go. So just type that in anywhere you want to. You'll find us on YouTube, in fact. youtube.com/conspiracy stuff. Go there. Subscribe.
Check it out. You can get in on, guess who call the second ground floor, the 33rd ground floor, the 666th ground floor. Anyway.
Come on in on the 13th floor.
That's the one. No, that's the one they skip. There's no 13th.
Do you know there's no fourth floor in a lot of buildings in the Pacific region or in Japan? Yeah, it occurs in Korea and Japan because it's kind of it's seen as unlucky traditionally, the same way the number 13 is here. And the fancy word for being afraid of the number 4, it's so easy, tetraphobia. So for tetraphobia. If you have some more strange words or some strange beliefs, you have proof that there's more to the deaths of these celebrities, if you have proof about the emergence of COVID, if you have been down inside secret caves of the Rock of Gibraltar, we want to hear from you. So take a page from Charlie, Jay, and Ashley's book. If you don't like social media, you can always give us a call.
Our number is 1-833-STDWYTK. Leave us a message. Anything you want to say, we are down. Just leave it, and we'll hear it. And we're excited to hear from you. If you don't want to do any of that, leave us a good old-fashioned email. We are
conspiracy@iheartradio.com.
Stuff They Don't Want You to Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
What's up, everybody? We're LA comedy group, Obama's Other Daughters. And on our podcast, You Down, we're discussing what's going on in the culture.
Everything from dating to therapy.
And the sale is made. You get the cash. I get not to worry about being caught with that stuff in the club and sent to the can. It's a win for both of us.
Nancy Grace here. All of us here at Crime Stories are working every day to stay in touch with you and bring you the very latest in crime and justice news all around our country. And now our friends at SiriusXM are making it even easier for you to get crime stories. Well, so many of us are doing our part, staying home and staying safe. This is what they're doing. If you don't already have a subscription at SiriusXM, here's a chance to listen for free. Listen for free. Just go to your app store, download the app for SiriusXM, make up a login name, and you're in to listen for free. Listen through your phone, your computer, Alexa, Google Home, Sonos, any smart TV, so many other devices, but those are a few of them. Don't miss Crime Stories every weekday at high noon Eastern on SiriusXM 111, the Triumph Channel. Free listening for you runs until May 15. SiriusXM, thank you for letting our listeners listen for free and for being our partner. How did two convicted killers manage to dig their way out of one of the most rock-solid CI correctional institutes known, Clinton and Dannemora? How did they do it? How did they not get caught? Did they have inside help? Two convicted killers, one a cop killer, the other gets his victim, drives him around in the trunk of his car, then snaps his neck with his bare hands. These are the two that managed to emerge from Clinton CI blocks away from the jailhouse. How did they do it? And what was left in the aftermath? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Working remotely can be a challenge, especially for teams that are new to it. How do you deal with your work environment being the same as home while staying connected and productive? And then there's your newest coworker, the cat. Well, your friends at Trello have been powering remote teams globally for almost a decade. At a time when teams must come together more than ever to solve big challenges, Trello's here to help. Trello, part of Atlassian's collaborative suite, is an app with an easy-to-understand visual format plus tons of features that make working with your team functional and just plain fun. Trello keeps everyone organized and on the same page, helping teams communicate, focus, and connect. Teams of all shapes and sizes at companies like Google, Fender, Costco, and likely your favorite neighborhood coffee shop all use Trello to collaborate and get work done. Try Trello for free and learn more at Trello.com. That's Trello.com. Trello.com.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. How do two convicted murderers manage to walk free? We have heard of daring escapes in the past. Ted Bundy managed to do it. Did they do it? And did they have help from the inside? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and SiriusXM 111. Jackie, let's kick it off. Here's ABC News correspondent Gio Benitez.
Be on the lookout for two escapees from Clinton County Correctional Facility.
Tonight, the first convicts to ever break out of this maximum security prison are on the run, 2 days and counting. 34-year-old David Sweat and 48-year-old Richard Matt, both convicted murderers, now gone without a trace from the Clinton Correctional Facility in upstate New York.
They could be literally anywhere. We're leaving no stone unturned.
Reminiscent of the Hollywood blockbuster The Shawshank Redemption. Officials say the men were last seen in their adjoining cells at 10:30 p.m. Friday night for bed check and reported missing at bed check the following morning at 5:30 a.m., leaving this note behind reading, "Have a nice day." In their empty beds, clothing was arranged to make it look like someone was sleeping.
You know, the thought of an escape from behind bars for everybody to bellow, be on the lookout, is scary if you've ever actually been behind bars and met the people who are there, specifically convicted killers. I've sat in court many a time when I would be trying a murder case or even a serial murder or a spree murder case and look over at the defendant, of course, not while the jury was there, didn't want them to see that, and wonder, do they have any idea of the wake of pain they have left behind them, like a boat going across a lake, and you see the wake behind the boat. It goes on, and the ripple effects seem to never end. At the end, I would look them in the eye, not every time, but so often, they would look back at me, and it would be as if I were looking at a frog or a snake, a cold-blooded creature that seemingly had no emotion or feelings at all. That's just who escaped from the Clinton CI. 2 convicted killers. With me, an all-star panel. First of all, renowned lawyer joining me, attorney with Butler Snow Legal Counsel for various municipalities, Jim Elliott. You can find him at butlersnow.com. Stephen Lampley, former detective, author of Outside Your Door. Well, that's not enough to scare you. I don't know what will. StephenLampley.com. Professor Flood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. Death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan. Renowned psychiatrist joining me from the Atlanta. Boy, do I need a shrink. But straight out to crimeonline.com investigative journalist Alexis Tereszchuk. Alexis, the thought, especially when you live around a CI of one of the, no, I don't mean a low-level dope addict or a low-level dope dealer. There are low-level dope dealers. They sell maybe 1-5 hits. I'm not talking about a drug lord, theft, a stolen car, blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about that, Alexis. You've got a baby boy. What if you had a home and out in a rural area and suddenly they build a CI a mile from you and you're stuck? And then 2 convicted murderers escape, broke out?
I do, and it is absolutely terrifying to guard. And that's the thing. And these guys are not, as you said, low-level criminals. They're not like a little drug dealer who sold, a small bit of drugs. These guys are murderers. In fact, one, David Sweat, is a cop killer. He murdered a police officer.
Alexis Tereszchuk, David Sweat, and Richard Matt. Let's just start with that. Who are these guys?
So David Sweat, he was really young. He was got in a shootout with a police officer.
Wait, are you trying to make me feel sorry for him because he's young? He's a cop killer?
Well, I was just saying that when he was so young to be so evil. This guy was 23 years old when he murdered a police officer.
Now, hold on just a moment. Just a moment. Let's just for argument's sake. When I was 23, I had already been the victim of violent crime, went back to undergrad to make up for all the time that I lost when I dropped out of school after the murder, got through law school, putting myself through with 3 jobs, not easy. But let's think about somebody else. My dad. He had already lied to the U.S. Navy and was on the other side of the world fighting for his country. Let's see, my mom at 23, she probably already had one of us. 23. Hey, Joseph Scott Morgan, what were you doing when you were 23?
Working in the morgue and volunteering in the morgue.
I thought I had it bad.
That gives you an idea of how insane I am. I was doing it for free.
But he was just... Jackie, what were you doing when you were 23? I'm afraid to ask.
I was at CNN.
Right. Working round the clock at CNN. So